Normatec recovery systems give you a high-tech compression massage for warm-up pre-workout and recovery post-workout.
The technology is very safe and is used by a broad range of athletic types and really any fitness enthusiast looking to get the most out of their workout.
The whole idea is that we're using air compression to help increase circulation in the body. We wanted to mimic physiology, the way the body moves fluids. We went ahead and took a lot of those principles and put it into a system that you can use on your different extremities and your hips as well.
Normatec has been an industry leader in pneumatic compression, providing improved mobility and profound healing for thousands of patients. We continually work with researchers to study and develop the effectiveness of our technology.
It's all about creating that community space where people have a conversation around recovery and start really challenging their beliefs in what is possible and what they've known and maybe what could be.
Come on, move. Of course, there aren't any spots. A few minutes won't hurt anybody. Thanks, Grandma.
Paralyzed Veterans of America works tirelessly every day to create a more accessible America. Let's leave the accessible spaces to the people who actually need them. Whatever the reason, excuses don't excuse. Join PVA and be part of the solution. Honor the spot.
Well, I hope you're all sitting comfortably today. We've got a long one. Echelon Racing, the community series, is back. We're starting with the women today. 80 kilometres, which in my perception is a long ride for an indoor ride. So I hope you're all sitting comfortably, whether it be on your steed or in your armchair watching us here on ZMS with Echelon Racing. It's going to be a cracker, this one, down in Colorado. Here's the community series dates. You can see we're at the bottom of the left-hand column. It's the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. Now, we'll go into the history of that in a short while. That's the 12th of December. We'll be back on the 2nd of January the 15th. You can see on the right, Gila Tulsa Intelligentsia Cup. And that's a quiz, that one. Joking. It is, of course, a bike race. Joe Martin stage race, rounding things off on the 29th of Jan. This is your winter series. It's brought to you by Echelon Racing, broadcast by ZMS. Don't forget, there is, of course, a pro version of this, and those are the dates there if you want to follow those. Now, it's all done on RGT, which is certainly my favourite platform. I'm not employed by them or have any connections with them whatsoever, other than that I use their platform to run my own personal races. And we have an excellent lineup of races today. 5 again. There's men's A, men's B, hand cycling and paracycling. So look out for all of that. I don't think we've got the hand cycle avatars still yet, but keep watching, because sometime this winter the hand cycling is actually going to get its own avatars, which I think is fantastic. Here's today's route. Now look at that lump in the middle. This is going to be arduous. I mean, it's just what, look, come on, this is just one big descent from the start, ascent from the start and a descent back to the start. 3 laps of this. They've got to go over that monster 3 times. They'll be sitting in their houses, garages, whatever, sheds. That's the course. It's in Colorado, and you'll see some Rocky Mountains there, because Colorado is famous for Rocky Mountains. Now, this is in a valley. I'm not 100% sure of the whole story, but of course they build railway lines along valleys, and of course the steam locomotive is the Iron Horse, and this route, I believe, and I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, has its roots in a bicycle versus train race over some distance. We'll come to that later. We've got hours and hours and hours of commentary to go through, because, as I say, this is an 80-kilometre race, or 83.4 as you can see in the top. 3 laps, so 1 lap's 27 point. So we're looking at the thick end of an hour, probably for per lap. It should be less, shouldn't it? Say 45 minutes, maybe 50 at the most. Bear in mind, though, there is a lot of climbing in this. Here we have the lineup. Who have we got in there? An all-star lineup of the ladies, of course. And we start with Kate Ouellette, Katie Miller, and who else we got? Jackie Godbee's in there, and Bettram as well. I don't know Bettram's first name, so hang on, that's not Fiona. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's Fiona Beltram. Sorry, I misread that. So here we are. They're off. The 4 of them go zooming off. The 3 bikes behind are put in there for camera purposes. We are focused on the actual riders. Red seems to be in fashion today. Everybody wearing red. Is this because they're all? Let's have a look. Yeah, I think all, well, apart from Katie Miller, they're all from the US, so maybe that's the US strip. I was rather taken by that fetching strip that some of the male riders had on yesterday from the USA. This doesn't seem to be the same one, so let's maybe somebody can tell me what this is. Now, Kate Ouellette and Jackie Godbee off in a pair. Now, Jackie will be familiar with this scenario, because in yesterday's 40-kilometre race, and bear in mind, Jackie and I think Kate Ouellette both did the race yesterday. So they actually, you can see there from that shot. Oh, they got the train in here. Look, this is marvellous, isn't it? This is because it's not on Magic Roads. This is one where the graphics have actually been done for this. Isn't that splendid? Look at the railroad there. I think it's the Rio Grande Railroad. As I said, if you look at the geography around it, I mean, railroads, trains don't like really going up hills because the wheels slip on tracks. So they try to minimise gradients on railway lines. So obviously valleys are very, very useful. As I say, I think this is the Rio Grande Railway. I am not an aficionado about these matters, but anyway, Kate Miller just sort of getting onto the trio there. Fiona Beltram is now off the back at 88 metres, and I suspect won't get on, but do bear in mind, please, that this is a long climb, and perhaps Fiona's just one of those canny climbers who does it at their own pace while everybody else gets a little bit tired. Now, if we look along the bottom of your, well done, Miller's back on. So that's, let's have a look at her stats, shall we? She's sitting on Kate Ouellette's. Do you think the train is deliberately still going the same speed as a cyclist so that all the passengers can watch the bike race? I mean, this is imagine that, going to the Tour de France or the Giro d'Italia, and had a railroad along the side of the course, and you just sat in a train with the peloton. Actually, I did notice, I think in the Nice stage last year, the one that was basically postponed from the year before because of COVID, Nice, actually I don't think that's not right, is it? let me correct this. The starting towns and the finishing towns, and even some of those that you go to, pay money to have their towns featured. Jackie's pulling away a bit here, isn't she? She's just got 80 metres on the other two. That's pretty phenomenal. We'll go back to Jackie. We're going to be here for a while, so we'll talk about Jackie a bit later. Just finishing off the point about the railroad. The towns that the Tour de France starts, finishes in, and some of the ones they go through, pay big money to have their towns included in the Tour de France because it's good for tourism, etc., and general image. And Nice also had the Etape du Tour. Now, the Etape du Tour, if you don't know, is basically an opportunity for riders to go and ride a stage of the Tour de France, maybe 10 days before the actual pro race. It's massive, probably about 15,000 riders, something like that. It's a huge event, and it brings in a lot of money to the area. So equally, towns that are start-finish towns will also go for, perhaps hosting the Etape du Tour, because that will bring in a hell of a lot of money. Now, Nice was the starting point in 2019, and it also had the Etape du Tour, but because the Etape du Tour, i.e. they couldn't have 15,000 riders coming down to Nice during COVID, that was cancelled, but Nice had already sort of paid for it or something. It was put into the 2020 race, sorry, let me get that right. Sorry, it was 2020 that was cancelled, wasn't it? So it was 2020 race happened, but the Etape du Tour didn't. So Nice got a second bite of the cherry, and in 2021 it went back to Nice. Now I remember watching this, and as they came down the valley of the river that kind of ends up coming out into the. I'm just trying to think what the name of the river is, and I do know it, but can't remember. But the river that comes down through Nice, past the football ground and out into the sea. They came down that main road that goes along the side of it, and I do remember the railway tracks being there, and I did wonder whether it would have been fun if the trains had actually timed themselves to watch the riders, but a train did go by, if I remember, and it stuck to its own schedule and either went by or got overtaken by a cyclist. I can't remember which now, but it was a downhill direction train, if you know Nice at all. There's that sort of stony river that comes down out of the Alps. Its name has escaped me at the moment. So we're still on the valley, and if you look at the bottom of your screen, as I always say during these commentaries, you can see the profile of the course. Now this is only one lap, so what you see at the bottom is it's going to be done 3 times. Now the green sections are reasonably flat, they're not necessarily dead flat, but if you look at the top right hand corner of your screen, you can see that the gradient there for these two is 0.9, but seconds before the camera switched, we were. Do you think they're going to have to brake this train, or is it all superbly lined up that the train does not obstruct the riders? Wow, that is cool. When we switched over from Jackie Godby, we had a 0. In fact, they're on 0 now, so they've got up to where she was. So the gradient 0 in the top right hand corner, and if you look down at the bottom, it tells us we've got a tailwind. You'll see a very big blob. That's the riders we focused on at any one given time, and the smaller little white blobs are the other riders. So green means it's reasonably flat. If it goes orange, it's a notable gradient, shall we say, and if it goes dark red, like you can see in the middle of the course, that is a horrendous gradient. And if you look at that lump, that is a horrendous gradient for quite a long time. We've seen from the profile, and you can look up at the top left hand, sorry, it's not there, is it? If you look at the top right hand corner, you can see the sort of immediate gradient. It doesn't give you the whole course. Okay, so we did see the gradient earlier on when we were looking at the route. This is pretty much all the way uphill to the end of that, or just past the end of that red section. Then we go downhill, and you'll see the darker the blue, the steeper downward gradient. So you'll see then we've got these, going down the side of the mountain, and then you've got the green section where presumably we're going down the side of a valley. And if you've ever ridden in mountainous areas, of which Colorado is noted for being, you will know that a lot of the main roads, of course, go along the valleys, but rivers that they're going along are still effectively going uphill, albeit at a gentle gradient, where the river has worn out the valley over the years. So although we're going up the valley side here, it is uphill nevertheless, because the river is flowing up towards the mountains, and it's only at that red bit where we actually get the lump where we go up into the mountains. And if you look at the scenery, and bear in mind that this is a real road, so the scenery has been made to replicate what really happens in this area. You can see that there's sizable mountains, and so we look at Fiona Beltram, who's presumably now decided to ride her own race. She's 200 metres behind. Although, as I say, don't discount anybody in this. This has gone up to 6.1% gradient, and she did slow down. Whereas you look at these guys in second and third place, Kate Ouellette and Eddie Miller, they're looking at -2, so they're heading down. So again, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see the big sort of white bubble thing is the riders we're on. They're on the green section, and of course Fiona Beltram is on the orange section, so she was going up, and very shortly she will be going down like these guys. These guys are hitting 40 kph, +8. In fact, it's dropping to 35 now as they start riding uphill. 2.2%, that's quite a good speed. I've got a feeling they're going to slow down a bit more as it ramps up a little bit, because you can see they're going into the next orange section at the bottom of your screen, and 4.3% down to 22 kph. It's quite interesting how much your speed drops when you hit one of these climbs, and I don't know how one judges it other than by one's own standards, I suppose, but I know that I don't know, psychologically it seems to hit me worse on these e-races than it does in real life, and I think that's because in real life I'm probably sort of taking my own visual account of what the hill looks like much more than I am on a virtual race. So I think it's psychological, but they always feel harder on an e-race than in real life. Absolutely cracking graphics today. Well done to everybody at RGT for pulling this one off. It's going to keep us very entertained. It's like a geography road trip, isn't it? I mean, I've never been to Colorado, so although for many years it's been on my to-do list, but I've always loved to go to Colorado, but I always end up settling for the Alps or potentially the Pyrenees. But there we are. I will make it out there one day, I assure you. And of course, this rather like in the way that the French government used the Tour de France as a great big tourist marketing opportunity to the world. This, in its own sweet way, is marketing Colorado to me. Now, Jackie Goodby. Now, my heart goes out to poor old Jackie. I say that she's not badly placed in the overall standings. We'll come to that in a moment. But what happened yesterday? There's Jackie, and she's got that very focused face again, isn't it? Same as yesterday. You know, absolutely knows what she's doing. She's determined, and she's probably got her eyes on the figures as much as she has the road. With the great big stars and stripes behind her, letting us know that she is an all-American girl, of course. So, with Jackie, I really felt for her yesterday. She absolutely pumped out a massive effort on the front all day yesterday, and she had somebody on her wheel who stole the race right at the end, and it was a little bit cruel, shall we say. I did feel very sorry for her. It was just the last couple of 100 meters where she got overtaken by Megan Isla. However, I think Jackie has bigger things on her mind, because, as I was saying, she is handily placed. She's second at the moment in the overall championship. Now, if she wins today, she will actually go top. Now, not every rider rides in every race, and this is a grueling weekend because we had a 40k race yesterday, an 80k race today. So there's a lot to be said for somebody like Jackie, who could not only punch it out on the front all day yesterday, and as I say, was slightly unluckily put into second place by a sprint from Megan Isla, but she's out here again today, of which most of her rivals are not. Now, at the moment, the lineup, the series standings, are that Anna Rankanen from Finland is on 550 points. Now Jackie is 390 points, so you might say, okay, well, there's 160 points different. If she wins, you get 200 points for this, so that would take her above Anna. Now I'm looking at the lineup today. Most of the other riders in contention aren't here today, and I suspect that what might happen for people like Miller, Hewlett, and even Fiona Beltram. I mean, Fiona's going to ride her own race here. I think she's made that decision. But they're all going to score good points here, 192nd, 183rd. So I think these girls can move themselves up the rankings. And as the series pans out, it will be interesting to see who does, who does what in the terms of participation, not necessarily performance, but in terms of participation, will some of these girls just go for every race and take the view that, well, if I come fifth and get 100 points or something, or whatever fifth is, it's more than 100 points, I should say, it's probably about 150, but if I come fifth and get 150 points, maybe I don't have to push myself, and maybe Fiona Beltram is looking at it from that perspective today, that come forth, pick up the points. So and it's interesting that only 4 riders have taken up this challenge. Now I'm going to say I'm not surprised, because I'm not sure that I would like to do. We're going up 4.8%. We notice the big balloon. So basically there's 4 riders, and these 2 together, they are the big balloon, because that's who the camera's on. There's one in front, which we know is Jackie Godby, and there's one behind, which we know is Fiona Beltram. Can we have a look at Miller's stats, do you think? 6%, she's sitting behind Kate Hewlett, taking in the draft, and she is... Oh, it's Kimberly Miller. Sorry, I thought it was Katie Miller. Sorry, I do beg your pardon, Kimberly. I shall get that right from now on. So Kimberly Miller is pushing out 318 watts, 3.7% heart rate of 157, riding at a cadence of 87. Speedometer doesn't seem to match for me, but there we are. That's what it is. So that's quite a bit of effort. So we've got Kimberly Miller now sort of going on the front, which is going to require more effort. 280 watts being pumped out there. 30 kph, but of course the gradient's gone down to 0.2. They're past the little orange segment, but they've got that horrendous red bit coming up, haven't they? It's like, ooh, my God, that's daunting. So where we are, we've done 8 kilometres. I think the how far are we guessing? That must be less than a kilometre, I would guess, to the red bit, and it looks to me as if Jackie Godby's about to hit it. Now we go under this banner, and this is telling us that we should go beyond, and there's a white line across that, and I think that's the start of the climb. So this course does have segments, so that's the start of the climb. We've just gone over the white line. Go beyond, of course, is one of RGT's marketing phrases, cliches, whatever you want to call them. The gradient up to 1.6 here for Kate Hewlett, who's sitting, taking the draft up behind Kimberly Miller. She's probably not a bad place to do this. Obviously, one is aware that whilst the effect of the draft is huge when you're on the flat and going fast, it is less so on the uphill. But I think every little bit of saved energy counts when you're going uphill, isn't it? We don't seem to have any numbers for Kate at the moment on the digits at the bottom. I'm not sure quite why. Jackie Godby's now sort of firmly ensconced in the red section, and we're about to hit it. So let's watch that gradient in the top right hand corner, shall we? Look, it's just jumped up from 2 to 4.3%, and I'm sure it's going to go up a little bit more. We're not quite off the just green bit, and I think any second now it should jump up from 4.3. Kate Hewlett saying 5.4. As I said, it's going up. I think it's going to go up a little bit more than that. Might be wrong, but Kate's taking. So we've got 5.4 for Jackie, who's further up the field. You can see now the big balloon at the bottom is the big white blob is, of course, Jackie Godby. 8.9. This hurts on RGT. I think probably hurts on any platform, but I always think it hurts on RGT a little bit more. I think psychologically, I don't quite know what Zwift do for their racing, but I think the settings in Zwift are a bit easier than they are in RGT. RGT is far more realistic, right? Make no mistake. This is the realistic. I'm not talking about what the pictures look like. I'm talking about what it feels like to ride a bike and rate and be in a race. RGT is where you want to be. It is, in my view, the best one. So Jackie Godby now 350 watts she's pushing out as she goes up this 8% section. I can believe every watt of that, Jackie. Go for it, girl. You're doing well. You're doing well. It's about halfway up the red section, and of course, you know, you've only got to do it twice more as well. Good luck with that. Oh look, it must be feeling much easier. It's gone down to 6.3%. Believe me, you feel 6.3%. 18 kph is whacked itself up to 7%, 7.6% on the gradient. Beautiful graphics. Nice of RGT to give us a sunny day in the graphics as well. I think pretty much, in fact, every rider here is from the Northern Hemisphere. So, of course, when you step outside your back door, it ain't going to look nothing like that, is it? It's going to be very, very different. And mind you, if you don't, I say that we did actually. So I'm broadcasting from the UK. You might have spotted that from the accent. No UK riders in this, I'm afraid. So I can be totally neutral. Not that I'm ever biased, but we went out on a club run. So we're in the Northern Hemisphere, like you ladies, and we actually got some sunshine this morning here in London. Didn't last for long, but we had some. Not as bright as this, though, I'm afraid to say. This looks beautiful, doesn't it? Colorado in the summer must be absolutely glorious. I'm definitely going there. So, Kimberly Miller and Kate Ouellette are sitting together. I think they're going to ride the duration of this together, from what I can tell. Because if they actually get up the climb together, you might as well stick together for the race and just bash it out at the end. Fiona Beltram now. I think she's doing quite well. I mean, she hasn't lost a massive amount. 400 metres on this sort of course with this sort of climbing is nothing too great. And if let's say she lost maybe 500 metres on a per lap. Remember, this is 3 laps. You know, she lost something like 500 metres, 1.5 kilometres on a difficult course like this. That'd be more than respectable, and she'd earn a bag of points anyway. So you keep going, Fiona. You make sure you get those points, and you know, you can sort of snub all those people who didn't bother turning up today because it looked a bit too daunting. It's well worth turning up because the amount of points you're going to bag in a small field. I think this is, I mean, I have to say, I think these ladies are brave, and we have to take our hats off to Jackie and Kate, who rode yesterday as well. That was quite a ferocious race yesterday, and as I say, Jackie was phenomenal. As I say, I say an unlucky loser. We know how cycle racing works, and it is what it is, and I'm sure Jackie's well aware that that sort of thing's happened, and she probably must have gone through the scenario umpteen times during the race, while, as I say, she had the rider on her, Megan Isla, on her wheel all through that race. But as I say, Jackie, I think I said it yesterday, people like you entertain us, and as disappointed as you might have been with that sprint finish, which was literally right in the last couple of 100 metres, as unlucky as you might have felt, and how unfair it might have seemed, Jackie, you, I think, want to see yourself a lot of fans from people like me and whoever else happened to be watching yesterday. I think you made a good account, gave a good account of yourself, and we salute you. And if you get the points today, it would have all been worth it, because you'll be top of the standings with Anna Rankanen not competing today. You've got to be in it to win it, I think is a phrase that we can apply to this. So here we see Jackie grueling through 5.8%. I wonder if her face is just as focused in the Zoom room as it has been every time we ever go over there. She's just so focused, isn't she? What a wonderful rider. We have a look at the Zoom room, see how Jackie's getting on. I bet she's got that same focused, determined face. There you are. Look, doesn't change a bit, does it? You wouldn't like to play poker against her, would you? You'd never know how she felt. You'd have no chance. So you keep going, Jackie. I think you deserve the win if you get it today. Just for what you achieved yesterday and how much you entertained us. Absolutely splendid stuff. I see she's got aero bars on the front of her handlebars. I suppose they don't really add anything when you're riding on an e-race, so I'm guessing that she probably puts her bike onto the turbo trainer, or smart trainer, I suppose is the correct word. Which is interesting. I actually have. I went out and bought when I really got into the smart trainers. I just bought a very cheap frame, and I just got all the bits and pieces out of my garage that I'd taken off other bikes, slammed them on there, and put a permanent mishmash of a bike on the smart trainer. So not the sort of bike you would be riding around some swish urban park showing off to your mates. It is a bit of a mishmash of old bits and pieces. Although I will say it is colour coordinated. I mean, in fairness, it's not too ridiculous. Bright yellow it is, so that nobody can see me. Nobody will see me because it's in the garage. Anyway, you don't want to see me. This is who we want to watch. Our warriors out there on this absolutely beautiful course, and I can't wait to get round again and see that train. I guess we're not going to see that train again. Now, I don't know the absolute ins and outs of this, but somewhere in this, there is a real live open air race that you can take part in. I'm assuming that this banner up here is the top of the climb, because if you look at the top right hand corner, you can see. So I see Kimberly Miller's just going to get that segment. I don't know if there's any points for the segments. I don't think there is. I'm not aware. But you can see that little line on the top right hand corner. She's about to go over that, and she goes under this barrier, which has a white line, which tells us it's the end of the segment. This route definitely has segments. I'm not sure if they get you anything in this race. So somebody might not want to correct me on that. Fiona out of the saddle, just giving her that bit of extra oomph because it's 9% and it drops down to 2%. So I think we'll probably see her get back onto the saddle any moment now. Don't forget the avatar doesn't quite react immediately to whether you are in or out of the saddle. And in fact, actually, if you really stomp the pedals when you're sitting in them, it sometimes thinks that you're out of the saddle because of the way you're pushing the pedals. Fiona on 200 watts output now. She's not wearing a heart meter, so you're not seeing anything in the right hand column. Next to that is speed, which is pretty much mirroring what's in the top right hand corners. We go up 6.9% of gradient, and our heart her cadence is 90, and she's out of the saddle again. It's 5.8. I always remember I'm sure many professional cyclists have said it over the years, but I do remember once in particular an interview with Lance Armstrong where he made the point that sometimes you just get out of the saddle on some of these climbs just to change the muscle you're using for a few, for 100 meters or something like that, rather than you actually need to be out of the saddle. I did wonder at the time whether or not that in fact, you could actually disguise things by making it look as if you needed to get out of the saddle because you were struggling a little bit, and confuse your rivals, in that sort of game of poker or chess or whatever. Kate Ouellette lost Kimberly Miller just at the top of that climb. I get the impression Kate's chasing her down and wants to get back on her wheel. The distance is 62 meters at the moment. We'll see how much she's pulling that in. Does Kimberly want to get away? She's ramped it up to 75 meters now. I think Kimberly might. Yeah, she's 83 meters now. I think Kimberly wants to go solo. I don't think she wants Kate Ouellette with her. That said, and I mentioned this a few times in the commentary yesterday, sometimes, for reasons I have never worked out, otherwise I'd be good at it, some riders seem to make better fists of the descent, better fists of the descents than others. And I think there's some people who just go, I suspect, maybe for a high gear, and push down the hill much more than they need to. But some of us probably just spin down the hill trying to get a breath back from the climb. So it seems to me that Kimberly Miller has pulled out a couple of hundred, I don't know, we'll have to see. We're on Jacqueline copy now. Let's go back, we'll go back to that Miller-Ouellette battle a little bit later. I don't know, 100, it's over 100 metres I think. So anyway, Jacqueline Godby's about to go through another banner, and this time it always does have, I heard there was 2 segments on this course, so this must be the other segment. Jacqueline suddenly going up at 3.9%, pushing out just under 300 watts. It's now gone over 300 watts as she does his second ascent. So to say, this course definitely has segments. Look at that, fantastic little river. Don't you love mountain rivers? I mean, the water's always so clean, isn't it? And you can see through it and everything like that. And when you're going up a mountain on a really hot day and you can't actually get down to the water, it just looks like it's so refreshing that you'd like to jump in, but you can't. You have to keep going up your bike, sweltering. And boy, we've all done a few mountain climbs where we've sweltered up on a hot day. I think I think the record, I think it's something that hit like 40 degrees centigrade or so. I mean, I can't remember. It was astonishingly high. It might be just under 40, but it was certainly well over 35 degrees centigrade when I was going up the Col de Madeleine in the French Alps one day. It was murder. It was absolute murder. The downhill was so nice afterwards. Kimberly Miller is clear, isn't she? She's now got the thick end of 200 metres on Kate Ouellette. She's lost her. We say that. I think there's plenty of time for Kate to make that up. In fact, it's come down to 160 metres. So I think maybe Kate is chasing. Maybe Kimberly is a good descender and she's just gone over the line and is now ascending, I guess. Oh no, it's a descent segment, isn't it? If you look at the oh, it's green, isn't it? Very shallow descent. Anyway, so I'd say I don't think we should write off Kate yet. It's snuck up to 200 metres again. Watch this one with interest. You know, does Kate want to chase down Kimberly Miller, or does Kimberly Miller want to get away? Does it actually suit them? I mean, bear in mind, we've got 67 kilometres to go. I'm not sure I would like to ride 67 kilometres solo, but of course, you know, these riders have different agendas. If you know that the rider you're up against is stronger than you in sprint, then probably the best way is to actually distance them during the race. We see Kimberly here. What's the distance now? She's whacked that up. It's 300 metres now. I think that is going to stick, isn't it? That is going to stick because, as I say, you know, I think 300 metres is now getting to the stage. Well, no sooner do I say that, and it goes down to 240. Now, probably the reason it's just dropped down to 240 is Kate is going uphill, because we can see here now the 2.8% gradient as she goes over that white line. Presumably for a segment here, because we've got a little bit of orange. It's very faintly orange just underneath us. 3.9%. This is no doubt a segment, and the distance has gone all the way down to 170 metres for Kate Ouellette. But of course, Kate Ouellette is now going to go onto this same climb as we've seen over those lovely river scenes. Probably the same one we saw before, but I'll pretend I've never seen it before every time we go past. How's that? And one of the things I've learned over the years is that if you sit and listen to commentators, oh, what a fantastic shot. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. loving this real road. So as I say, the one of the things you notice about commentators is obviously they have to keep telling you things, and sometimes things are happening and they have to think very quickly, and they make mistakes. So there's nothing much more fun than listening to a commentator and oh, that's not right, you got your facts wrong there, mate. So I think on purpose, obviously, I put in loads and loads of little not quite correct facts. I would never put a lie in, but some of the, if you think that I've said something that's not quite accurate, remember it's deliberate, just to keep you entertained and to check that you're watching. Okay, it's not a lack of my knowledge. Couldn't possibly be, could it? Yeah, right. Okay, so we're looking at Fiona now. I have to say, I think anybody who can sit and do 83 kilometres on their own in their pain cave at home on a smart trainer, not even having another back wheel to look towards, and having no benefit of the draft of the rider in front. I think if you can do that, you are a star. We have 4 wonderful stars here. Jackie Godby, Kimberly Miller. Look at it. Oh, look, this is, you've actually seen for the first time Jackie Godby's facial expression change, and that's because she took a drink. Look at that. Look at that determination. This girl knows what she wants to do, doesn't she? And more power to you, girl. And that's what she looks like as an avatar. Same face, absolutely determined, focused, and the face of a winner. And I think you were a winner yesterday, Jackie, even though the results don't state that. She's enjoying a little bit of respite now down this descent. There's a very faint bit of orange coming up, and the end of the lap is in sight. I mean, we're probably looking at what is it, about 27. We're about 8 kilometres from the end of the lap, and we can go do it all again. I hope they're going to send the train past so we can see that again. That will be most enjoyable. I'm going to have to go and ride this, aren't I? I haven't been on RGT for a little while, and that is down to a number of reasons. One of them was that I was waylaid with COVID, but I'm over that now, and I need to start getting back on my bike. I've been out 3 times outdoors in the last 8 days, which is my return to cycling. But some rides on RGT are going to have to start with this course. This is awesome, isn't it? Absolutely awesome. Loving this one. So some great real roads coming out on RGT. It's a very different concept to the more popular Zwift, and it hasn't got that sort of kind of real life element that you see on things like Vulgaz and Ruby. It's in its own sphere. What it seeks to do is actually replicate real racing as much as it possibly can with the technology we have so far. So yes, I think in the next year or 2 you're going to start seeing steering coming into these races, and you will tell me that it already exists, and that's right, but you have to have a certain trainer, and it doesn't kind of really work if everybody else hasn't got it, does it? So I think, as I say, we're a year or 2 away from that becoming, I think, a universal feature of these. Braking, and this is one of the great things about RGT, it does brake. Unfortunately, you don't decide when you brake, it does. But you know, it's one step ahead of the competition in terms that you actually get braking around corners. You know, we've all been on a Zwift corner and gone round at 80 kph, turning 90 degrees, and wondering how the hell, you know, anybody on a bike could do that. And the draft and the reality of the dynamics and racing are better. Although I will tell you that I'm never ever going to win a race. It's not true. I won one, actually. It was quite a small one. I did about a year ago. I think I did win one. I was as shocked as anybody else. But anyway, I'm not going to be one of the guys at the front. So these like milliseconds don't make a lot of difference to me. But certainly the guys who are good racers tell me that RGT is the one to be on. And I think it's absolutely splendid that Echelon Racing and USA Cycling have got involved with RGT. Echelon Racing was on RGT last year. I remember Jonathan Crane a man from Alabama, going on about it. If you don't know Jonathan Crane, he's well worth watching on his streams, Birmingham, Alabama, and a regular racer across platforms, with some great little podcasts on YouTube. You can catch up. I mean, talking about YouTubers, ZMS is basically, I mean, these are streamed mainly on Facebook, but I think you can see them on YouTube too. So look out for those. ZMF really providing some excellent production values to these races, and it's really I'm not going to suggest that we've quite got the helicopter from the Tour de France showing you the Chateau of Colorado, and I'm assuming Colorado doesn't have chateau, but it's as close as anything I've seen. I think this is good. So I'm delighted to be part of it. I'm delighted our 4 ladies have turned out today in this Echelon Racing Ladies League. We need some more ladies really, but I mean, let's admire the ones we've got. They are absolute warriors, and the Amazon warriors. For you younger viewers, you need probably to look up what an Amazon warrior was, and it certainly is nobody who's delivering something that you order on the internet, as you might immediately think. It's something far more traditional than that, going back thousands of years in human history. Anyway, the bicycle doesn't go back thousands of years, does it? Funny enough, I'm reading a bike book, a history of bikes, and some of the first bikes that were invented, and it's quite interesting. I'm not very far into it actually, and it's some of the early ideas that people had, and of course you'll probably know this, but they had those bikes where you didn't actually have pedals and you just pushed yourself along with your feet, no brakes or anything like that, and it's quite an interesting book. I mean, it tells you how these riders, began to realise that they were wearing their shoes out faster than they really should be because of the way the bikes were, and each little advance comes much slower. That was a world where people communicated less, and communications were slower, and of course somebody could invent something in one country and it might be 2 years before it was heard of in the next country. So progress is a little bit slow, but you can see those early designs of bikes. And I'm sure as I get through the book, the design ideas will come quicker and faster than they did in those early days. So cycling's only probably been around realistically 150 years, but how far has it come? When I look at those bone shakers in that book, and by the way, I've been to veteran cycle rallies for bikes that are more than 100 years old, and they look horrible to ride. Wooden wheels with metal around the edge, brakes that just, you would hardly recognise them as brakes. They're just little pads that go on the front of the wheel, and they're not even rubber or anything like that. They're just sort of probably blocks of wood or another bit of metal, so they're probably screeched, and so on and so forth. But they look horrendously uncomfortable. Whereas here we are today on RGT, broadcast by ZMS, watching 4 wonderful ladies compete in an Echelon Racing USA cycling event. They're sitting in their homes. They probably don't live anywhere near each other. I'm sure that Kimberly Miller doesn't live anywhere near the other 3, and with the size of the USA, there's no guarantee that any of the other 3 live any closer to her. And just to put that in perspective, and I know I'm switching to Canada here, I remember as a young lad, my best friend immigrated to Canada, and I remember our school teacher pointing out that he was going over to Vancouver, and the school teacher said that the east coast of Canada was nearer to London than it was the west coast of Canada, which was a bit of a wow, because it sounded to me in those days that Canada was probably sort of several planets away, and to think that the other side of Canada was even further than that, so more than twice the distance, sounded phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And like all things are best friends, you promise that you'll write all the letters. I think we wrote about 1 each and got bored of that, and have never come across each other since. So there. So if you are, I don't know, if by any chance you're into cycling and watching this, Neil, yeah, right. All the best, mate. There was a program on TV, wasn't there, like This Is Your Life, where they dug out some old friend that you hadn't seen for 50 years. Maybe somebody will do that for me one day. You think they'll have me on a program like that, where they document my life, the history of commentating on RGT? You never know. You never know. So Kimberly Miller now is nearing 500 metres ahead of Kate Ouellette, and that is, I think, decisive. Fiona Beltram is further 2.4, well, no, not a further 2.4, but a further 1.9 kilometres behind Kate, and Jackie Godby now a clear 2.5 kilometres in front. Now, we are, of course, in a very, very long race. There is always the risk of mechanicals. I'm sure these accomplished ladies, though, have got their bike and internet set up to optimum standards and professional standards. But you can't be, you can't be certain, because unfortunately, there is things like power outages and your internet supply service provider messing something up. So nothing's certain. I say, if there's an old phrase, isn't there? It ain't over till the fat lady wins. But I think it would be more appropriate if we said it ain't over till the cycling lady wins, which sort of rhymes. It's probably got a similar amount of syllables, so we'll go with that. It ain't over till the cycling goddess wins. How's about that? And cycling goddess today is Jane Godby, and as I say, she won some admirers yesterday for that phenomenal ride she did, only to be pipped at the end. But I'm afraid that is bike racing, somebody sitting on your wheel, the old wheel sucker sandbagging behind you just to nip it away in the last 200 metres with a very strong sprint. And we can't deny that Megan Easler had to sort of match Jackie all the way around. She's taking the draft, but she was still taking doing a phenomenal pace, and it ain't always easy if the person behind is riding in a determined, possessed way, in the way that Jackie clearly does. And we've seen her on the bike visually, haven't we? And we've just seen how focused and determined she looks. So you can't take that away from Megan, and the sprint was quite decisive and strong. So as unlucky as Jackie was, I have to say that I think Megan's sprint at the end was a power play. It was good. In some ways it merited the win because it was a good sprint, but you just couldn't help but feel sorry for Jackie, could you? Put it this way, if I were watching this with my wife, and my wife loves the breakaway to win if we're watching Tour de France, she's not into cycling, I have to say. She doesn't like cycling, but unfortunately, when the Grand Tours like Tour de France and the Giro d'Italia are on, unfortunately our TV screen tends to have them being broadcast. And she, of course, naturally always wants the breakaway person to win the stage. And how many times have we seen them struggling to get up the last 500 metres with the peloton bearing down on them and whizzing past and going from first to 31st in about 10 metres? That's bike racing. It's what makes it entertaining and fun, doesn't it? So Kate Ouellette here is probably going to have to settle for third. Now the long lonely ride on her own for another 58.5 kilometres, and we're probably, realistically, it has to be said, at the stage where the order they are in is probably how they're going to finish. But before we jump to that conclusion, let's have a look at the bottom of the screen. We can see quite clearly there that the big blob, which is Kate in third, is on the first lap still. I'm just trying to work this out, because that doesn't quite work for me. I'm missing something here. I'm just wondering if Jackie Godby must be on the... Actually, it's slightly hidden. Sorry, you just talk amongst yourselves while I try and reset the way my screen's set up, because I was missing So say Jackie is, of course, yes, so Jackie's actually on the second lap now, and there's the railroad. That's the bit we love, isn't it? Every old bloke loves a train set, don't they? It's a virtual train set. So okay, so yeah, Jackie is on the second lap. Sorry, the way I had my screen set up, I was just missing something on the profile at the bottom there, but that's sorted out. So we can see that the other three ladies are completing lap 1, and as I say, actually, I mean, the gap, if you look at the perspective of it all, the gap between, and we look at the bottom right hand corner here, the gap between Kimberly and Kate is not huge, and certainly the gap between those two and both Fiona at the back and Jackie at the front is quite decisive. Now, looking at this profile, if we cast our eyes to the left, of course, when they do get onto the next part of the course, it's basically this long climb up a valley, and then those three little orangey sections where there's a bit of a ramp, and then of course that big steep lump. And of course there is always the possibility that I'm sure that's the well, that'll be the Flamme Rouge, but it's not the Flamme Rouge. It's only for this lap, I think, 1 kilometre to go. It's Flamme Rouge, but it's not Flamme Rouge yet, is it? Because it's 3 laps. So like I say, Kimberly Miller is decisively now 700 metres in front of Kate. But you do wonder if the next section of this race, when they get on to lap 2, might change all that. Who knows? Let's see who's got the hills, legs for the hills, shall we? Who's got their climbing legs on today? Which one of these ladies is going to be Queen of the Mountains, meilleure grimpeur, as the French say it? We shall see. They went up together, of course, in the first lap, so we didn't really see any signs to give us a clue as to which would be the strongest if they were riding solo. And so Kimberly's only on 0.1% gradient at the moment, so it's not anything that's going to give it the game away so far. Let's see what pans out. 55 kilometres to go. We've done 27, so we're about a third of the way through the race. We've been racing for 50 minutes, so you can expect another 1 hour 40 before we finish, and that assumes that they ride at the same pace. And of course, I don't wish to state the obvious, but I'm going to. The longer the race goes on, the more tired people tend to get, as you may have noticed when you're out riding yourself. On the other hand, there are people who pace themselves and save a bit for the end. And tactically, that might be quite a cool thing to do. Wonderful graphics again, aren't they? These buildings on the side, I wonder if they're sort of like houses or industrial units. It's hard to tell. That's because the camera moves too quickly. But I'm absolutely loving this course. I've got to go and ride it when I can get back on. I'll only do the 1 lap though. Is that okay? I'm not. These brave hearts out here doing going over that mountain 3 times. I mean, yeah. I salute you, but I'm not going to emulate you. Sorry. 1 lap for me. Great graphics. This is. I haven't ridden the Leuven one either yet, for various reasons. But I think I might have done a little bit of it. But I had some issues. I went away, and then I got COVID, and it's been a long time since I've actually ridden properly online. So got a lot of catching up to do as we go over the railroad. Can't believe I said that. It's a British Sound Railroad. Ouch. Who are those units again? They look industrial rather than residential, don't they? So I wonder what the industries are around here. Forestry, I guess. Maybe they're railroad buildings. Who knows? Who knows? They're built alongside it. As I say, I think this is a Rio Grande Railroad. I think the region is Durango in Colorado. I don't profess to be a geographical expert about the region in any shape, manner or form, but I believe that this area was developed by the opening up of the railroad back in the 19th century, and I think so much. I mean, you see this. You go back to the history of many towns. I mean, they were there. I mean, we were in St. Louis yesterday for the Gateway Classic, where the winners qualified for the UCI e-racing World Championships in February. But St. Louis, for example, is on the Mississippi River, and the reason it evolved as a town was because the trade up and down the river required various places that, I suppose, goods could be traded, goods could be distributed from, and things like that. And certainly railroads opened up the possibility for towns all over the place, and quite often the railroad would open up the town, open up the communities, and it would make them contactable. People could build towns in different areas and exploit regional things, whatever that might be, agriculture, etc. And of course, and if we look at the topography here, the fact that we're going up valleys, apart from the big climb in the middle, again, roads and railroads would use these valleys as the softest way to go up gradients as opposed to hillsides. And this is where you get the communities developing from. And there's an interesting ride I do locally to where I live, and it's a kind of lesson in the economic speculation that goes with these things. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But the way back, and I assume, I'm guessing, in the 1800s, the late 1800s, what is now in London's, what you guys in the US would call the subway, but we call the underground. Our underground railway, the very first one in the world, in fact, was the Metropolitan line in London. And the Metropolitan Railway was expanded from its central London origins. Now, the bits they expanded outwards with weren't actually underground, but the first original bit was the first underground railway in the world. But as the Metropolitan Railway expanded out, they kind of realised that if you built the railway out there and you had all the land around it, you could build lots of houses, and people would snap them up because now you could get out of the smoke and grime of London and live further out in cleaner air and get the train into work every day. And of course, like everything, sometimes people don't know when to stop, and they carried on building this thing, and it went further and further out, way beyond where it should do. And there are the remains of these railway tracks and stations right out almost as far as Oxford, which will not mean a lot to you if you're not from the area, but it's all since been closed down. But the speculation was that they'd build all these railroad stations, and villages and towns would pop up around the station because people could get to London easily, and they would make a fortune on selling the land and the houses. The testimony is they went too far. People didn't want to live that far out, and as I say, there are the remains of railway stations, if you know where to look, and railroad tracks in the middle of fields. And you think, why is there a station there? And there is no reason other than that somebody speculated that they could make a lot of money from building houses around it, and the houses never materialised, and the railroad got shut down. And I do remember I devised a ride where you could go and visit all these old remnants and pass them. And there's one village there where every single house is quite clearly a railroad house, because you can tell by the architecture, just take it from me, but you realise that there's no reason for this village at all other than two railway lines converged, and so therefore there were railway workers there to look after the signals and the points and things like that. And you can just tell by the architecture they're railway buildings, and there's no other reason whatsoever. And both the railway lines that went through there that converged have long since shut down and got overgrown. So going back to those buildings on the side of the road, you can probably, hence my guess, that they might be railroad buildings because they're built along the side there. We're still riding alongside the railroad land as we look at Kate Ouellette. She's riding at 29 kph, up a gradient of just under 1%. Do you see those little bridges? I love all these bridges. One of the things, when I've been driving in the USA, the amount of those bridges you can see, sometimes you get views. I'm not saying, I don't know how typical this is of the USA, and maybe it's coastal thing that you see more, but just the amount of iron bridges going over rivers that you see in the US, and they're quite spectacular big bridges. Perhaps because I'm near the coasts when I see these things, the rivers are wider than I'm used to. But I always think it's a mark of the USA that the amount of iron railway bridges and road bridges that you have. So we cross the railroad, and if I remember, we start losing it somewhere from here. We can see that Kate is about to finish lap 1, and she will then be going uphill for a substantial amount of time, for the next 20 minutes. As we look at Kimberly Miller now on 4.6% gradient, now a whopping great big 660 metres in front of Kate. And I'm just looking at that. Fiona Beltram has disappeared, so I'm assuming Fiona has decided not to complete the race, which is a shame, because you know, if you can, you pick up the points. But she might have looked at that mountain and thought 2 more times of that is a bit too much. So it looks like we're down to 3 riders now in this, which means everybody's going to get a podium place on the positive side. On the negative side, Kate, you might finish last. But hey ho, last or third. Tell everybody you finished third. That's the way to do it. That's the way. Okay. Jackie Godby, I think, is going to get the win that she probably felt she deserved yesterday. We still got 51 kilometres to find out. And Kimberly Miller riding along. One of the things I notice about these German riders, they all seem to wear that kit of white jersey and black shorts. And if you're, I'll use the American term here, soccer fan, for Europeans, football, of course. But if you're a soccer fan, you will probably know that the German national team wear exactly the colours that Kimberly is sporting today, black shorts and the white shirt. And England fans know all about that, because England, it's funny enough, they probably don't lose to Germany as much as they think they do. But England do seem to sort of get very upset when they lose a football match against Germany, and they have lost quite a few important ones, particularly in big competitions. So funny thing is, the England kit is not too dissimilar. It's the same as that, but with blue shorts. But there we are. So Kimberly looking very, very Germanic, shall I say, in that white and black strip, known internationally across the world for their local football soccer team. On the other hand, Jackie Godby is wearing the, I suppose you could describe that as red, white and blue of the Stars and Stripes flag, couldn't you? So she's patriotically got the US kit on, and so's Kate. So I think, anyway, is it the same kit or not? I'm not sure. We'll have to look at Kate's kit at the moment. This is welcome to the next edition of Cycling Fashion. What you should be wearing on the road. You don't have to wear your country's national colours, by the way, but it just seems that the German rider has. So here's an interesting thing. It always confuses me as to why sometimes teams, a nation's sports kit doesn't actually match the colours of their flag, because I would naturally expect that to happen. I think the USA makes a big point of making sure that it's a red, white and blue kit. Pretty sure the French do. England does not. Most England kits do not match the St George's flag. There's always a dilemma, because here in Britain we're never quite sure whether you're racing for the individual 4 countries that make up the United Kingdom, or you're racing for the United Kingdom. In cycling, it's always the United Kingdom or Great Britain. And the kits there, the cycling kits do tend to have our national colours, but some of our other sports do not, as Jackie just overtakes one of the camera cyclists. So you see the 4th, 5th and 6th position of the black kits. They're actually camera cyclists, so that's how this is how all these pictures get to you. I mean, when you've got a big field, you don't notice them tucked in there, but when 3 out of the 6 are actually cameras, it's a bit more obvious. So yeah, cycling. Welcome back to Cycling Fashion blog. No, you don't have to wear your national kit. I don't. It's I think you can race in these things without wearing national kit, so I don't think we should read too much into the fact that all our ladies here seem to be patriotic. But one of the things, as I was saying, that you know, what the German kit being black and white, and yet their flag is black, red and yellow, always bemused me a little bit. The Italian sports teams, like their football team, wear blue kit, but the Italian flag is red, green and white, and I had that explained to me that the reason why the Italian national soccer kit is blue is it wasn't chosen to match the Italian flag, and it was the blue was from the royal blue of the House of Savoy. And if you're familiar with your Italian history, you'll know that basically the country was pulled together by a chap called Garibaldi, because it was lots of principalities before that. A couple still remain, of course. San Marino and the Vatican are not part of Italy, but most of the states pulled together, and the same thing happened in Germany. And when they decided on the colours for the football team, the soccer team, they chose the House of Savoy, which was one of the royal houses of one of the principalities, and quite an important principality that formed the new Italy. So the blue in the Italian soccer strip comes from the House of Savoy, not from the flag. Germany, I don't really know quite why, but it never occurred to me, of being born post the Second World War, but I did eventually learn one day that of course, if you look at the time of the Second World War, the German flag was not red, yellow and black. It was black, white and red. So the yellow replaced the white. And this, I suspect, is because, I mean, rather like the French have their Fifth Republic, so every time it all goes wrong, they just start from scratch. I think the German constitution was restarted after World War II, and the flag changed just to put the past behind them, and the yellow put in instead of the white. So I suspect that some of the sports colours of black and white relate back to the flag that Germany had prior to the finish of World War II. That's my theory. If anybody knows, you can post up on Facebook and it will come up on screen, I suspect. I might be wrong. So here we have Jackie with that same determined face. Gosh, this girl knows what she's doing, doesn't she? She's absolutely focused. Her eyes don't even flicker, do they? I mean, she's looking at that road. I suspect she's looking at the data rather than the road, because I don't think you really need, as fascinating as it is, I suspect she's trying to keep her data in the right order. She's not on those tri-bars yet, of course, which I say tongue-in-cheek, don't take that too seriously. This looks like a proper pain cave, isn't it? You can see all the kit lying around, and water bottles. Oh, she does actually sweat. I mean, she might look all that, so she looks very cool, but it looks like she actually she is human after all. She sweats. And I hope you got a good fan under there, Jackie. It's very, very painful if you don't. I mean, the amount of, you just watch. You think the floor's going to flood if you don't have a fan underneath. 8.2%. I bet she's going through it, isn't she? But once you're over the top of this, she's getting to the steepest bit. You'll see that even that big red chunk in the middle that she's going up, and she's the big white blob. You see it's slightly more orange in the lower bit, and it gets really red in the second half. So she's in that second half. It's easing off a little bit. Oh no, it's back up to 8.6. I think to do 18 kph on an 8.6 on an RGT course is very, very commendable. That is good riding. I mean, 20 kph halfway up a climb like this, 5.2% after what you've just done. 38 kilometres into a race, that's strong riding. Jackie's a strong rider, and I think she convinced us all of that yesterday, and every time I see her on that turbo, I'm convinced that she really is a force of nature. She's a strong rider, and I think she is going to be a very worthy leader in the ladies series by the end of this race, with Anna Rankanen not being part of it today. Anna currently the leader in the ladies series. just recap if you weren't here earlier. So Anna Rankkonen from Finland is current leader of the ladies series with 550 points. Jackie Godby, who we see as a potential winner of this race, is in second place on 390 points. Gabrielle Schumann, who's not racing today, 360. Eva Dora, 360. Lisa Haag, 335. And Urska Korent at 320. Now, none of those ladies are racing today, apart from Jackie Godby. Of the other ladies racing today, Eva Dora's racing. No, she's not. She entered, but she didn't race. Fiona Beltram has dropped out. Kate Ouellette, though, has got points on the board and could find herself amongst that clutch of, and I read out the top 6. I think Kate could find herself handily in the top 6 with a decent result today, and third would be a decent result, and I think probably take her into the top 6. So it's well worth Kate completing this. She might finish third and last, but there'll be a good points haul to go with that. So more power to you, as we are looking at Jackie getting over the top of the climb. So she's got the big long descent. There are a couple of little uphill, slight ramps along the way, and there we go. Jackie is probably going to spin out her lead a bit further as she takes advantage of that descent before the others reach it. We're looking at Kimberly Miller hitting the 7% ramp at 14.9. Now you see, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, that's sort of 3 or 4 kph slower than Jackie was pushing that out, and that's a marked difference. And Kimberly is, in a strong second position. I think she's distanced herself enough from Kate Ouellette to probably, as long as nothing goes wrong, secure that second spot. And it has eked out a bit, so I think Kate's probably going to have to settle for last place, and we'll see. They're both coming up to the they're both coming up to the next big climb. Well, there we are. We can actually see that Jackie does change position occasionally. So, this is because she's just sweating and mopping her brow. Just turn the fan up a bit, you'll be fine. Adjusting the chewing gum, of course, vital when you're riding. And she does look like kind of quite calm, doesn't she? It's no, there's no sort of like, gritted teeth and grimacing going on there, is there? So we're at Jackie on the left, and we've got Kate Ouellette on the right. And I don't think Kate, the interesting thing, Kate's just going to finish off lap 2 here, and it's alright, that can't be right. So what have we got here? Must be Wellington lap 2. I'm a little bit confused because the blob on the bottom looks like they're at the end of the lap, but I don't think that can be right. So Kate Miller's actually got 42. She's about halfway through the course, and if you look at the blobs on the bottom, there's 4 blobs going up the hill, and that's where I'd expect Katie and Kimberly to be, plus probably a couple of camera bikes, I'm guessing. So there's that makes more sense. Kate's on the climb. Sorry, Kate. Kimberly's on the climb. Kate must be 230 meters. I don't think Kate's necessarily out of this yet. If you remember on the first lap, Kimberly Miller really pulled out the gap on the descent from this mountain. So Kate needs to sort of do something on this mountain climb to close that gap, and then try and sit on Kimberly's wheel on the downhill, and suddenly we've got a race on. The gap is not changing much. It's still at 230 meters, so it sort of suggests they're both going up at the same pace. Down a little bit. Maybe Kate's listening to what I'm saying. Go on, Kate, give it a bit. Go on, go for it. You've got nothing to lose. Look at it, it's piling down, 220, get it under 200. You remember the shout, and you're only half up the hill and it gets steeper. You can put that little bit of extra in, Kate, you know, who knows. So, I thought she was crossing tram lines there, but it's the shadows from the overhead electric cables, isn't it? So realistic, this stuff, isn't it? Everything bar the potholes. We're talking about the advancements of technology, and me suggesting that in a couple of years' time we'll all be steering. You know, you need to be careful what you wish for in reality, because we start getting speed bumps, potholes, all the rest of it built into these courses. Do we really want that? I don't know. If you think the courses would be better with real potholes so that we all sort of bumped, I think it'd only be fair to have those if you had steering, wouldn't it? Because then you could steer around the potholes, and if you didn't, you got a disadvantage. Cracking views here, brought to you by ZMS, our producers. Cracking racing from Echelon. And don't forget, we've got the men's A, men's B, paracycling, and hand cycling still to come. Plenty of action ahead. I don't know who's racing today, but the same in the men's competition as the ladies, in the sense that I think not every rider will ride every race, and if you miss a race, your rivals can get a lot of points on you. So in some ways, if you've got the capacity, energy, free time and everything else that goes with it, turning up at every race is probably the way to win this championship. And I certainly think that Anna Rankinen is blowing it a little bit by not being on this race. There's probably very good reasons why she can't. Who knows? She's not here to ask. But Anna got to the top because she turned up in every race so far. Is about to be caught up by Jackie Godby, who has not hitherto been in every race, but now will match Anna's 3 out of the 4 races. So this is race 4. We've got 3 more, I think, and it's all to play for. But quite an interesting league. Very prestigious as well. I mean, I think the ladies will be very proud of themselves for having raced in these. I certainly think that anybody that sits through an 83k race like this, Jackie pumping out just under 300 watts on a 3.9% gradient. So this is one of the smaller ones. But no, I think anybody that can sit through an 84k race in a pain cave should be very proud of themselves anyway. And if you actually did well in this, you are a bit of a star. And what you need to do if you are a star, you need to record all these races. So you go onto the ZMS Facebook transmission, or maybe YouTube, or wherever they might be. I think they're on both. So you go on there, you record it, and you make sure that you just send that and share that with everybody you know, to let them know that you are a bit of a golden child and a star in the world of RGT racing. Because RGT will become big, I reckon. And thanks very much for Echelon supporting it. Thanks very much for ZMS doing all the production on this. And thank you guys for racing and watching. This is where it happens, RGT. So, just having a look now here, we're with Kimberly Miller and Jackie Godby. I don't think there's any danger of Kimberly catching Jackie as Kimberly goes over one of the lines for the segments there, and RGT go beyond banner. So as I said, this is a real roads course. If you were watching yesterday, you will have heard me going on about Magic Roads, because one of the marvellous things about Magic Roads is, of course, that it gives us the opportunities to create our own courses. And how I got very involved with RGT is that I run races myself every other Wednesday, and on RGT that's at 7:30 p.m. that's UK time, so work it out from wherever you are. I know some of the guys in the US come and race my races in their lunch hour and work out how to cram them in. Most of my races are probably 20-minute, 23 minutes, something like that races. If you're on the front, no more than 30 on the back, and more like 27, I would guess. So I do all my routes on Magic Roads, and what happens is you create a route. It's on real courses. You know, you pick your course off across real roads that exist, you send them in, and you get a package back with scenery. But that scenery is not going to be the real scenery. There are no resources to recreate every building along some urban street in whichever town you create the course in. So what you do is you get stock scenery. Now the difference here is that we're riding on a real road, so the quality of that scenery goes up a notch because this is based on real life examples. Somebody's gone round, filmed this, and turned it into a real race. And we saw that with the little features like the train coming along. This will be as close as one might expect for this sort of thing to actually looking like it would look like if you were riding through Colorado. And of course, us just watching it, we don't even have to go through the pain in our legs. These ladies are providing that part of the service. They're the ones suffering, all for our benefit, so we can watch this glorious scenery down there in Colorado. As I say, I've never been there, but this is selling it to me. Definitely is. Might even go and ride on this course, the Iron Horse course. As I say, I think this has got history, and there was a challenge between somebody with a bike and somebody with a train. And as I say, my limited knowledge is that this area, Durango, Colorado, was opened up by the Rio Grande Railway coming through this area along this valley. You've seen the trains. You see the river there, which I assume is the Rio Grande. But as I say, I think there was some sort of challenge where somebody rode a bike and somebody took a steam train, and the bike got to the next town first. So quite why he did that, I don't know. Did somebody probably put some rocks on the line, or tied a damsel in distress to the line? Who knows? I'm sure it's one of those hare and the tortoise stories, or maybe just the climbing was a little bit much for the steam engine, and I'm not quite clear whether the steam engine had a full train, a loaded train to pull up, or it was just on its own. So I don't quite know how the story goes, but apparently the cyclist won, and this is why this Iron Horse course is that rhymes, doesn't it? This Iron Horse course is legendary in cycling, and it's been brought to you very kindly by RGT and with Echelon Broadcasting. Echelon will put it on the races and ZMS broadcasting it. What a team, eh? This is the dream stream. Look out, as I say, I run my own races. I've just put a women's category into the races. In my own races, I run them a little bit differently to this. I put everybody in, there's no categorisation. So these are women's open races in Echelon here. So any woman can enter, and you will get a disparity between the standard of the riders. Naturally, you would expect nothing else. In the men's races, which we've got coming up, there's a men's A and there's a men's B. Now, in the men's A, that's the equivalent of, I suppose, the Zwift A and B, or in real racing, category 1, 2 or 3. And then there's a men's B race here in the Echelon series, which is based on what would be C and D grades in Zwift, or in real racing, categories 4, 5 onwards. So this is split. It means that if you would be also running the A race, you have a chance in the B race. Now, lots of people put on different races with different criteria. My own formula is to not classify the races, so everybody races together. And my view is that if you are racing for 50th position in my race, you are racing for 50th position. If you don't look at this as if it were a how should we say? You might not win one of my races because the front riders will be too fast. What will happen, you'll end up in a group of riders of similar ability. Now, one of the things I was looking at was how to get more ladies to do this, because if you're going to do it that way, inevitably the ladies can't win the race because there'll be some strong men in there who just dominate the front. What I've decided to do is let them race in my race, so that they actually get to race alongside the men. They might get in a group, and what happens is their points, which will be constructed from the main race, will be transferred into a ladies' league, and consequently, if a lady sprints with a man and beats him and gets an extra point, the way my points work, she'll get an extra point in the ladies competition too. So we'll see how that one pans out. It's a new approach and just trying to see how that one works. Here we've got a ladies competition, which is great. I don't think there's a right way of doing this or a wrong way. I think the fantastic thing about the whole e-racing community is that all of us are trying different ideas of ways of running the competitions, and I dare say that somebody amongst us will get it right, and inevitably the rest of us will copy that formula once we've all worked out what the best way of doing this is. But until then, we're going to run it in the natural way, as we would expect. So the way I'm doing it is a little bit unconventional. This is a more conventional approach, and this is how you'd expect to see it in real life. And why not? Why would you do that any differently for such a prestigious competition as Echelon Racing? So what we have here is an open race of ladies with slightly different, I suppose, because it's not categorised, you're not getting all these riders with the same capabilities, and it does spread out a bit. But, and here's the trick, it's still exciting because, why? Well, because you still have to enter every race if you really want to win this. And we're going to see Anna Rankkonen from Finland lose her top slot because Jackie Godby turned out for the big one. This 83-kilometre race. There she is. She's back to that focus look again, isn't she? And that's a sort of like, oh, she's got a support team at the back. The mechanics rustling around. Don't nick her water bottle. She's working hard. Whatever you do. So probably have to get a broadcast waiver from him now. Yeah. So Jackie, by turning up and doing this, which is a tough race. She's over halfway now, with just the 32 kilometres to go. But no, she's deservingly going to take the lead, and it still is exciting because next week it might be that Jackie has to miss a race. Next week there isn't a race next week, but next time. So the league's still exciting, even though I think this is going to finish in the order of Jackie Godby, Kimberly Miller, and it's Kate Ouellette as well, because and in fairness, that's quite phenomenal to ride both of those days in succession. So legs, we're looking at it saying this one, but you are grateful you did yesterday's race, Kate, because you got all those points, didn't you? So determined as ever. No maintenance staff in the back, and the US flag flying proudly for today's winner. Or we would if we had a podium. How about that? And she's absolutely focused. I can't get over how focused she is. I wonder if we all look like that. No, we don't all look like that. And there she is, slightly more aerodynamically positioned, I would suggest, on the avatar, and why not, to make it look more like a real bike race. Although I suspect. This is one of my theories again, so don't take this as fact. I suspect that we all get used to riding in our most comfortable, and it will be as aerodynamic as we can to lower sort of profile than others, but it'll be the lowest one that we find comfortable. And if we ride with that all the time, our leg muscles will sort of be used to ride. I suspect that in reality everybody is in a semi-aerodynamic position because that's where their legs are used to functioning from that position. And again, if you're a medical expert and that was a load of rubbish, please tell me so I never say that again. How's that? It's making up these medical facts here. They're just theories, they're not facts. Okay? We see Kate is now comfortably going on downhill, and she's 5 kilometres. Kimberly, sorry, is nearly 6 kilometres behind Jackie Godby. She's eked out now 700 metres before Kate Ouellette, and I think she'll hold that. 36 kilometres to go. We're probably going to finish after 6 or something like that. Depends where you're watching this from, doesn't it? So let's just do it from now, shall we? if we're probably going to take more than another hour, or maybe around another hour to finish this race, I'm guessing. I think that's going to overlap with the men's race. We will have to inevitably at some point switch over to the men's race and start covering that. We've got men's race A, we've got men's race B, paracycles and hand cycles. So there's 4 races going on. We're going to have to flip over at some point, so we may not follow our lovely ladies all the way through this race, but they have been marvellous entertainment all the way so far. We will of course bring you the results, and I'll tell you what, I don't know, spoiler alert, but if you did want to get down to the old bookmaker and put a little bit of a bet on, if you want to wager, you might even do a little forecast here and do well, 1, 2, 3. It'll get the odds up for you. But if I was you, you know, if you can get down to the put a bet on, or even if you bet online, my tip would be Godby, Miller, Ouellette as a 1, 2, 3. You could do a reverse forecast as well, couldn't you? Just in case it went the other way around. Actually, that's rubbish because the forecast is a 2. So I think it's a tricast, isn't it? You can tell I don't actually bet. I know nothing about this. I really don't bet. I don't have any moral stance on that, in case you wonder if I'm being a bit... I just never really something I've got into, but I have no problem. In fact, other people's bets amuse me. One of the guys I go to soccer matches with, he every time before the game, he'll go and put a bet on 8 teams to win, and inevitably on the way home from the soccer, 7 of his teams have won and the 8th one hasn't, and he's lost. And the one that loses, of course, is the one that you'd predict was a dead cert to win. So gambling keeps me very amused, and it's even more amusing when it's somebody else losing their money rather than me. But I have no moral objections whatsoever. You go and do it if it's fun. Why not? As long as you can afford it. So anyway, if you do want to put a bet on, let's go for Godby, Miller, Ouellette, and I can imagine. Can you imagine just going into the bookmakers and going, right, I want to put a bet on the RGT race. I'm going Jackie Godby, Kimberly Miller, and Kay Ouellette, and the guy going, what race is this? And he'd be looking through his computer screens trying to find where that bookmaker's got the odds for. I can't find this race. Hurry up, mate, it'll be over in a minute. I need to put the bet on. It's not going to happen, is it? Not going to happen. So we'll all write to our national bookmakers, whatever you call them. Paris Mutuel Urbain in France. It doesn't even sound like bookmaker, does it? Funny enough, Paris, whilst being the capital city, also means bet. So I think you've got a capital city called Bet. Interesting. Wager. There we are. Fantastic scenery still, isn't it? It's you've got all those coniferous trees there sloping up the mountain, but the little brown bits poking through. You've got the white houses at the bottom. Nice shadows on a sunny day. I do enjoy it. I mean, it's one of those things about mountain areas where you get these flat valleys, and they're deadpan flat, where the river or whatever over millions of years has sort of eked out this flat valley at the bottom, and there's just the sharp, stunning rise of mountains on the edge of the valley. Stunning. I've never been to Colorado. I have seen it so many times on the television, and keep saying I must go there one day, and then always settle for the Alps because I live in Europe and they're a bit nearer. I can even drive my car there, which means I can take the bike in the car, which is a lot less hassle than taking the bike on an aeroplane. I suspect that you can hire a bike in Colorado. I've just got a good feeling that it's one of those places that has got more than its fair share of bike hire places, because I know a lot of riders come from Colorado, don't they? It's I know Jan Decker, Belgian rider on RGT. You'll see Jan around a lot. I think he lives in Colorado, for example. Just throw that out there. It's one of the interesting things about this e-racing, because everybody's got the flag next to their name that they want you to see, and you find yourself commentating and you're talking about some guy that's, oh look, this guy's, you know, he's racing in Australia, it's midnight there, and you find, yes, he's Australian, but he lives in wherever, I don't know, New York City or London or Paris or something. So the flags don't always tell you where the rider is based. I think they do initially, actually. I think when you sign up, there's certainly one guy in my races who I noticed is he probably lives about 5 miles from where I do. I noticed from his Strava profile, and he always had this UK flag. And in the commentaries, always mentioned that he was a UK rider, to which he obviously took a bit of umbrage, and now has the Australian flag next to his name. I say Australian, it might be New Zealand, but I think it's Australia. They're very similar. You know how you tell them apart? The Australian flag has got extra stars on it, and the way I always remember it is Australia's bigger, so it needs more stars. So I think the New Zealand flag's got 4 stars and Australia's got 5 or 6, and certainly a big one under the Union Jack on the left hand side. So that's how you remember it. The one with the most stars is Australia, because it's bigger. So there we are. Ways to remember the difference. There are still, I mean, there's so many flags out there that look the same, aren't they? I mean, on a badly coloured thing on screen, you know, I can't tell the difference between Ireland and Italy, you know, because the orange, you know, a bad orange or a bad red, you know, faded red on an Italian flag makes it look Irish. And there's plenty of countries use very, very similar colours. Slovenian flag, I mean, they have little badges on there so you can tell the difference, but there's more than one version of that in different countries, and it's not dissimilar to the Russian flag even in terms of colours. So very, very hard commentating just from the flags. Not difficult today because we have a total field of, we had originally had 4, of which 3 were US riders. So Fiona Beltram has decided enough's enough, and that Red Mountain is a little bit too nasty to do 3 times, and she was adrift off the back, which is a shame. I think she should have finished and got the points, but who knows? Who am I to make that judgment? That's her call. She knows how she feels, and maybe she's got something on tomorrow where she needs her legs, so there's no point burning out today. We're going back to the flags. Very easy today. It's USA, Deutschland, USA, and the British flags at the bottom can be ignored because they're camera riders. So I'm delighted to say, being British, that in 4th place our British camera is the leading camera in the event. So a bit of national pride, a bit of chest thumping there, as if it matters, which of course it doesn't. So ignore that. That's a time filler. So Kate Ouellette, 3rd place on the podium, absolutely splendid, and flip side of that is that she's 3rd out of 3, but of course the kudos is still there because she turned up when others didn't. And this is one of the things, if you look at some of the difficult races, you know, your instinct is to say, actually I don't fancy that, it looks hard, I can't win that, but you've got to remember that a lot of other people are thinking exactly the same. And what happens if you do turn up? It's like, well, okay, I didn't win that, but it was only 3 riders, and I got lots and lots of points for the series. So I think Kate Ouellette is going to find herself a little bit up the rankings in this, just because she made the effort to turn up, which is splendid, isn't it? Really, it's what we like to see. Things, giving everybody a chance. And so Kate's got 137 points at the moment. She's currently sitting in 20th place, but I reckon 280, that'll rocket her up to somewhere like, I'm just trying to see where she's got 137, so I think I'll add about 280. She'll rocket up from 20th to about 7th, I think. Yeah, I think she'll go from 20th to 7th. So you keep going, Kate. That is rocketing up the table, and you can rub that in everybody's face that they should have been there, shouldn't they? You've got to be in it to win it, remember. Kimberly Miller firing away for Deutschland, Germany, in that traditional white and black kit. very Germanic, and actually I'm not sure how Germanic. Germany is quite a reasonably large country, not as big as the USA, of course. So it has various terrains in different parts of it. I'm not sure how coniferous Germany is, and certainly I've been up near Dresden, driving through scenery that's not a million miles from this, in terms of style, and obviously down in the south east of Germany, in Bavaria, you get the Alps where it borders Austria, so you get this sort of terrain down there as well. Very beautiful it is too, Bavaria, and you don't have to wear the leather shorts while you're cycling. If you've never been to Bavaria, it's quite surprising, because I'm never quite sure just how serious they are about this, but people actually do wear lederhosen down there, and you see them wearing them. These are leather shorts, by the way. Nearly every German I've ever met who's not from Bavaria thinks it's a little bit odd that they should do this, but I think my argument back is actually just you have to stop and think about this. Isn't it equivalent of Scottish people wearing kilts? Yeah, the rest of us might not think that's the thing to do, but actually they're quite fetching. According to my wife, women love them. She wants me to get a kilt, but I'm not doing it, and what have you. And yeah, and it echoes a bit of Scottish tradition and pride, and I think the Scots are very proud of their tartans, and I say their tartans. I have one. I have a Scottish name, so I do have a tartan, and I am a descendant from Scottish clans, so I'm allowed to wear my family tartan, even though I'm technically English. Hear all the boo hisses coming from the Scots. Anyway, no Scots or Brits in this apart from camera people. One's 6th and one's 4th. There's no prizes for camera work. Shame. Well, maybe you get things like Oscars and that for camera work, don't you? It's different sorts of prizes. Somebody in the industry likes you, and you pay them some money and they get you an award. That's how it works, isn't it? The cost of getting an Oscar in the movies is phenomenal. Nobody independent can ever win an Oscar because the amount of lobbying and treats you have to do for the Academy members is very, very expensive. Anyway, who needs Oscars? We've got bicycle prizes coming out here from Echelon, and this is a tremendous league, and I believe it. I don't know how many years it's been running. I know it was on last year. I definitely remember Jonathan Crane talking a lot about it, which was the first time I became aware of it. But it's obviously something that's traditionally much bigger in the USA than it is to us Europeans. But that is changing, and it's broadcasts like this and events like this and the community series that helps it grow. And more power to Echelon for getting behind this. As I say, I think this will become bigger and bigger, more globally. As I say, I wasn't aware of it before the 2020 series. I don't know why I wasn't aware of it. Probably because I didn't do that much e-racing much before COVID. But I will say this, let the history books get this right. Actually, I did get into e-racing before COVID, but not by much, only by a few months. I just happened to get into it and absolutely loved it. And then COVID came along, and I did feel rather smug, it has to be said, because I don't know about any of you guys watching this or racing in this, but I used to hate turbo trainers until I got a smart trainer, and that changed the world for me. And so therefore I wasn't really into the whole turbo thing. This absolutely changed it for me. But as I say, it wasn't. I bought mine a few months before COVID, and then COVID came along, and everybody wanted a smart trainer. And I don't know what supply chains were like in the USA or Deutschland for that matter, but suddenly in Britain, you just could not get a smart trainer from about March 2020 onwards. They sold out in a week or so. Everybody realised they weren't going out on their bikes, and smart trainers were the thing. And I think a lot of people, I think the momentum had been building up because I think people have been saying how good smart trainers were, and there was probably a little bit of scepticism and people thinking, oh well, yeah, no, they sound good. Oh, well, it's nearly summer. Oh, well, I'll get one next year. This sort of thing. And then COVID came along, and everybody was stuck at home, and they wanted one, and the whole thing blew up. RGT has gone from strength to strength. I was promoting races on RGT from around early March 2020. I put on my first ones, and I've just watched it grow. The platform's got better. Yes, people sit there and go, oh well, it hasn't got this and it hasn't got that they're used to on Zwift. Get with the program. It's not supposed to be like Zwift. It's something else. It's for racing. It's it's realistic. It's for serious cyclists. It's not a game. There's nothing wrong with Zwift. It's brilliant in what it does. It's the market leader. It does a phenomenal job. But RGT is for ladies like this. Look at that focus, right? This is a proper rider putting an absolutely stonking ride. She's destroying the field. She deserved to destroy the field yesterday. She's come back for more and got her just desserts. The first and the second over 2 longish races in this series is phenomenal. I think she's going to go to the top of the standings. Well, we know that as long as she gets home. She's only got 20 kilometres to go, so we're not that far off the finish for her. We might be looking at maybe 25 minutes to the end, and Jackie will be standing tall. I don't know at what point we will be switching over to the men's races. Men's race is 80 kilometres, so I don't think we suddenly have to go over and see these. Maybe we can go and see the start. This is up to the producers, and it depends how the whole thing's set up. It does involve a bit of switching, so we'll see how that pans out. But I think maybe we do want to see the start of the men's races, but I think the opportunity to come back and watch Jackie, Kimberly and Kate cross the line in this ladies race is something we should do. If Jackie is in the Zoom room, it would be wonderful if she's got any breath left, if she'd have a little talk to us. I would love to find out how she felt yesterday after that absolute crushing sprint on the line after she'd done all the work. But she's a proper rider, isn't she? Just look at this, still stuffing out plenty of watts, 300 watts, 57 kilometres. I rode 57 kilometres this morning, but I didn't do it on RGT non-stop. And do bear in mind, there is a huge difference between riding 57 kilometres out on the road, because if you go down a little decline, you can stop pedalling. In this, you don't. You can, but you don't. This is more intense than real road racing. Well, not racing, but riding, mainly because you can't let go. And I would say, if somebody wants to poke that back at me and say, well, actually, you're saying it's realistic. It's not realistic if you don't freewheel down the hills. Yeah, you can freewheel down the hills, but the reality is that if you are in a race and everybody else is pedaling, you've got to pedal. And so therefore I sort of counter and say, yeah, okay, maybe if you were out for a ride on your own, you'd freewheel casually down this slope, not caring, but you're in a race here, so you might keep pedaling down the hills, and that's what you do. RGT is the racer's choice. It's got to be. So we're just seeing Jackie coming up towards the mountain for the third and final time, and I'll bet she will be glad to see the other side of that. As I say, it'd be lovely if we could speak to Jackie in the Zoom room after she's finished and got her breath back. Quite how that fits in with going over to the men's races, we'll have to find out. I think, as I say, we will bring you the ladies' results even if we do flip over, but I think we can all safely say that barring some sort of power outage, this is going to finish Jackie Goodby and Kimberly Miller, and then Kate Ouellette, which kudos to all three of them. I mean, it's absolutely splendid, isn't it? It's great riding. I think I'd be proud of these times. I really would. I'm not sure I could do this. The mountain just looks daunting to me, and Jackie's probably looking up it as we speak. I say she's looking up it. I mean, obviously she just has to stare forward. She doesn't have to strain her neck in any shape, manner, or form because she's on RGT. As I said earlier, in my experience, I think you don't quite psychologically get the same feel going up a hill just because it's the way, I suppose, you're looking at the screen, whereas if you were out on your bike, you would actually sort of crane your neck up a little bit and look at the top of the hill in a way that you don't really need to because you're focused on the screen. Yes, okay, you might argue once again that is slightly unrealistic, but this is never ever going to be perfect, is it? I mean, you know, if you want it perfect, you can have potholes in the road, bit of rain, and we'll put some ice in it for you as well. And of course, if we do put the ice in it and you come off, you've got to really fall off your bike and hurt yourself, and you know, nice bit of road rash down there. So how realistic do you want it? Do you want road rash, potholes, ice, rain, low temperatures? How about that? You know, make your living room feel like you're in the Arctic or something. No, we don't want it that realistic, do we? I didn't think so. Is there one viewer listening to this going, actually, I think that's a good idea? Well, maybe have it as an option for somebody like you. So Jackie has just got the small matter of 18.2 kilometres to ride. However, in the immediate future, she's going to have to tackle the mountain. This is the third time. She knows what's coming. She's probably a bit more tired, although you'd never tell from that poker face that she's got, would you? Absolute star. She is now 5.43 kilometres ahead of Kimberly Miller, and Kimberly has now taken a whole kilometre ahead of Kate Ouellette. It's not a huge gap over the distance, I would suggest. You know, this is a long race. It's a hard race. It's got, you know, it's got a serious climb. Look at that, 8% Jackie's entailing at the moment. It's not easy doing 8%, and you know, 65 kilometres into a ride, you've got to be a strong rider, and I think we can all safely say, without fear of contradiction, that Jackie is a strong rider. I don't want to race you, Jackie, because I think you'll beat me. Deservedly. I take my hat off to you. Absolutely fantastic. Look at that. No, you know, here we are at cadence 88, 88, 88, 88, 88. Gradient 7.6, or 87 for a second. Cadence 87, 87. The cadence back up to 88, right? 6.6. She's got a rhythm. Cadence 89. It's even gone up a little bit to compensate the 87 a moment ago. Gradient 6.4 eases a bit, and the cadence goes up to 89 as she gets a little bit of respite from that marginal drop in the gradient. But that's steady, and I think, I mean, we'll have to ask her if we get the chance. But that may well be the secret of her success. She's just looking at the data and responding to it. Now, what have we got coming up? We saw on the split screen there, we've got the men's A and B race, paracycling and hand cycling, and a nice healthy peloton seems to be collecting together on the men's race. That will be exciting. I don't know who's racing yet, so I can't give you too much of an insight into the men's race, and I know that I mean, they're doing the same race that we're watching here, so it's another 80k, and they did the same as the ladies yesterday, which is 40k. So some of the riders who rode yesterday may or may not turn up today, but the series, and I think looking at some of these names, and I know some of these guys, I think these guys will turn up today, because I think they're the sort that if they're going for a title, they'll turn up at every race. And we've got Zach Harner on 510 points, David Blodgett on 454, Mike Lister from the UK on 421, Alex Plager from Deutschland 418, Mike Swart from the USA on 398, Charles Revel on 371, Aris Sophocles on 360. So there's 150 points difference between first and seventh. I've only gone down to 7th because the next gap is probably one that's not going to be made up, assuming these riders ride, of course. But a gap of 150, if Zach Harner doesn't turn up, Aristophanes does. Aristophanes can find himself very much in the same territory points-wise as Zach Harner. So therefore, there is plenty to observe and watch out for. And we can see how these guys get up the mountain. So 20, Jackie's doing just under 20 kph on a 6% gradient. I think that's pretty commendable. Certainly, probably a little bit more than I might do. So she's obviously better than me. But we knew that, didn't we? So she's a phenomenon, really, isn't she? I mean, this is an emphatic ride. The day after she did an emphatic ride, only to have the wind stolen from under her nose in the last couple of 100 metres. But I think she probably had a hunch that was coming in the way that Megan had sat on Megan Isla had sat on her wheel for the whole race. She goes through one of those segments. She's nearly at the top of the climb. I bet she is absolutely looking forward to that descent. If we look at the bottom of the picture, you can see the big white blob is where Jackie is, just coming out of the red zone, a little bit of green and then some nice blue descent, and she will be absolutely lapping that up. Kimberly Miller seems to enjoy descent. That's where she distanced Kate Ouellette and of course Fiona Beltram, the 4th rider from the USA, no longer with us, unfortunately. When I say, let me rephrase that because that sounded a bit terminal, didn't it? She's no longer in the race. She's no longer with us. Dear oh dear, be careful with your language, don't you? So she's no longer in the race. She was distanced, and I get the feeling that she probably looked at it as this isn't really worth the effort. I'm not going to win. Which suggests that she's not really interested in the series, because I think anybody interested in contending the series would have looked at this as a great opportunity to pick up a lot of points. So here we see Kate in 3rd, and she clearly wants the points, and why wouldn't she? As I say, this is going to propel her right up the rankings. She might struggle with Anna Rankinen's 550 points, and Jackie Godby going to go up to about 590. So Kate's not going to catch them, but she might well find herself, hustling around the 3rd, 4th, 5th positions, and in with the shout of pulling something off if she keeps attending the races. And she's clearly a lady, I think, that understands that you complete the races to get the points, as she grapples with 3.7% gradient and very respectable 24 kph, although the gradient's just come down since I started saying that. We've got 21k to go, and unfortunately that does include the big climb, so it's not downhill from here, as they quite often say. So just looking, we've got the men's A and the men's B. We're into row 2 of, there's usually 12 in a row, so it's 13 on the line for the men's B already. I think we're looking at 2 and a bit, so it's 2 rows, at least 24 riders on the men's A category. Paracycling 3, and I suspect they're the usual sort of suspects in that. There is hand cycling as well, so we'll see what the full lineup is. There's a way to go before that race starts, I think. So whether or not, I'm guessing, but I think we'll probably go and have a look at the start and then come back to the ladies to see the finish, because Jackie Godby's only got 14 kilometres to go. That will take maybe 15 minutes or something like that, so we can have a look at the starts of the men's races for about 5 or 6 minutes, probably come back to seeing CJ Jackie get the glory, and I think the glory is very, very well deserved, and if possible I think we're going to ask her if she'd say a few words in the Zoom room, because she's this weekend's queen as far as I'm concerned, and deserves a little bit of an interview. And to be honest, I'm just really interested to know how she felt yesterday, because I really felt for her And so even if I'm being selfish about the questions, I want to find out what went through her mind yesterday and how determined she was to not let that happen again today. She has ridden, oh, this is a warrior's race, isn't it? Go for it, Jackie, you're a star, absolutely. So I'm not sure how many minutes we've got to the men's race. Probably was on the screens that we just had and I failed to take note, but it starts I think in about 3 minutes, or 1 minute 40. So I think we should have a look here. Let's see who's in there. I see David Blodgett's in there, and if you remember, he's in second place in the series at the moment. Bouchard Howe, who rode yesterday as well, John Cooper, who else have we got in there? Brian Hodges. I can see we've got 25 riders online, less than yesterday, but I think this is understandable. This is a daunting race, and if you rode yesterday as well, this is probably looking like a mountain too far. See snow. I don't think you will because it's the summer, but if it's a winter setting, you'd see some snow. Is that Christophe Mathieu? I think I might have the names wrong here. Borders back. He rode yesterday. Billing rode yesterday. Who else have we got here? Best today. It's a great name, isn't it? Dismet did not ride yesterday. This is the men's B race, by the way. So like I was saying, these are category CDs on Zwift, categories sort of 3, 4, 5 in real outdoor racing. 13 riders on the line, again down from yesterday, but for the same reasons. There are going to be people who looked at today's course and just thought, wow, I'm not going to make Sunday lunch if I do that, am I? So it's only in the US. I would have you know though, I did 12 seconds to go. Men's B is about to go 9, 8. Now you need to pedal really, really hard. If this splits and you get left behind, you are in big trouble, particularly in a field this size. This is the men's A, and off we go. And you saw about 4 riders there get stuck, and already we've got a gap. And I think everybody who's not on our screen now has probably got a difficult job getting back into that peloton. Now what normally happens, bear in mind it's flat here as we get the steam train, what normally happens is this group sort of bunches together about now. There'll be a couple on the front who still want to do some damage, and there's a split there, isn't there? And there's half a dozen riders, 6 riders, but they've not sustained the gap. So as I say, what normally happens, this bunch will go over the first 500 meters or so and probably accept that that is the peloton and form into a bunch. You'll then get the attacks at various places. I think today attacks will happen on the hills. Where it's a very flat course, what you see is attacks are not designed for the rider doing the attack to get off the front. What they're designed to do is stretch the peloton and get drop riders off the back. And this is what happens at the beginning of one of these races. So we're looking at, can we close in on the men's A and just try and get a feel for the size of the peloton? That is most of the riders, isn't it? So it's probably about, I don't know, just under 20 riders in there. And we had about 25, we've got 25 online. So we probably only lost 4 or 5 riders at tops at the start, is my guess. I can't count all those perfectly at the moment. Maybe if we can focus on somebody in about 12th position, Snow, for example. Oh no, he's moved up, hasn't he? Just trying to have a look at the positions. 15 at the back, 17. Yeah, so it's probably about 18 riders in that group, and looking at the gaps, yeah, so maybe 21 riders in that gap. 22 is Harris from Canada, Girotti, which sounds Italian but it's got a French flag, the next batch. So yeah, 21 riders in the peloton out of 25. We lost 4 in the initial phase, most of which were cameras by the looks of it. So we've just got 2 riders totally distanced, and that's Girotti and Harris, Canada and France respectively. Looking at the front, and Bouchard Howe is the rider off the front, rode yesterday as well. So this is a man showing off how strong he is. Now, he lit up the race quite a lot yesterday. He's quite an explosive off the front rider, and I think he illuminates the race. I mean, I like him. Commentator's dream you are, mate, because you make the race interesting. So he kept going off the front yesterday, and it stretched in. And look at that. I mean, to go 42 metres off the front, 2 metres into an 82k race, this illuminates the race. It makes it exciting. So well done, Kevin. So Kevin Bouchard-Howell there is the man off the front, making it entertaining for us, as he did yesterday. He's no longer on the front. Oh, sorry, we're at the men's B race. I thought, wow, how did he lose 42 metres when I just turned my head for a moment? What have we got here? We've got a much. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. We've got about 10 riders, 11 riders making up this group, 13 online. So basically, everybody's stuck together, haven't they, on the B race? I'll say that as a couple of people go off the front, but there's no significant gaps. I would suggest. I mean, maybe Metcalf and Hambrick there. David Brecu from the Netherlands, J10 up there. Mathieu, the Frenchman. I don't know whether these are going to stick. As I say, I think people are stretching it, and they're probably trying to drop a couple of people off the back. Maybe that's going to happen. You're starting to see that around 8th place, where little gaps tending to appear between 8th and 9th there. Maybe that's the effect of this attritional race off the front. It remains to be seen whether it is telling or not. So this is coming together. I don't think anybody is going to get away and ride solo for 80 kilometres. And the reason I say that is because the moment you say something like that, it all changes, which makes it interesting. So hand cycling down the bottom, who have we got? Brooks and Kilgore. I'm pretty sure both of those rode yesterday. Jackie not with us today. This is paracycling, sorry. So these two, I think, are going to probably ride together. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm gonna revoke that comment. I think we have to see who's strongest going up the hill. I think this will get decided the first time we go up the mountain, and once the gap is there. So there's Jackie Jones. He's there in 2nd place, and Koeman and Bryant are riders all from yesterday. So everybody in this is going for the title, I think, or going to give it a good shot. They turn up every race, and of course, and this is where we get really enthusiastic and excited about this, we want hand cycling to grow on here, and we are going to get avatars for this. So in future races, instead of watching people on upright bikes, you're going to see hand cyclists on the avatars. They are in production. They're not quite ready to be used on RGT, but I'm sure before the series is up, you're going to see them, and it's going to be great. What I like about these guys, they turn up every race, and maybe they look at it and say, well, maybe I can't win the series, but if you don't participate, nobody put the series on. So we need more of you hand cyclists, and we need the word to go around. Kevin Bouchard-Howell is a bloody star, isn't he? Look at that, 350 metres, less than 5 kilometres into the race. This is either going to be the most phenomenal ride we've seen, or he's going to get caught. I don't know what his climbing is like, because yesterday it was a very flat course. He's on the flat, well, I say he's on the flat bit. It's a -2 gradient at the moment. It's just been over a lump. Maybe he's a good climber. The gap's 470 metres, and there's some decent riders in the next batch as well. Some Mike Listers in there. Those is. Who else have we got in there? Revel. So that's Charles Revel, isn't it? We've got IK. I think that's not Francois here, though, is it? Well, he likes hills. No, it's LIK. LIK, the Belgian flag there. There's another rider called Francois RK, but I'm pretty sure that's not Francois, because I think he goes under F. Charlie Revel, he's pumping out some watts, 300 of them to be precise, in third position, and he has just caught Navin in second position. And I think, although there's a little bit of a gap between the bunch behind and these four, I think that's going to close, and I think they'll all be better off working together. What we might be seeing is that the strong riders, knowing they want to catch Kevin Bouchard-Howe, obviously Mike Lester on the front, man from Devon, the riders on the front might be just saying to themselves, look, we mustn't let him get away, and if they don't let him get away, if they let him get away now, they might not retrieve the position. Whereas on the other hand, you know, maybe hang him out to dry. 500 meters, my goodness, it's quite phenomenal, isn't it? It's I've just been told, if you were listening earlier, that there's no audio on the Zoom room, so we're not going to be able to chat to Jackie Godby if and when she wins. So unfortunately, that's a real shame. I'd love to interview her. It must be fantastic, you know, to find out exactly how she was feeling during all of that yesterday and today even. Here's Jackie now, 5.5 kilometres to go, safely 10 kilometres in front of Kimberly Miller. Phenomenal, you go girl. Kate Ouellette holding it at just over a kilometre behind Kimberly. That's not a lot in the scheme of things, and I think it's a very impressive ride from both the second and third place ladies in this. But we'll pop back a little bit later and see what's going on there. As 600 metres Kevin Bouchard-Howe's got in front of him. We've got some pretty decent riders in the chase. Just looking there, they do seem to be sort of more or less together. Certainly the it's 700 metres now. This is phenomenal. We'll just have to see what happens when we get to the hill, won't we? I say hill, you know, I'm British, we do like an understatement. This is the mountain, this is a proper climb. Let's have a look at the men's B. They seem to be stuck together and are probably going to be so for quite a long time. We're looking at not a huge, well no we are, there's a couple off the back, but we knew about that, Metcalfe and Mathieu. The rest of them down to 9th are all sticking together. I think we see them going over a 6% gradient. This is the second of the 3 orange patches in the bottom left hand corner of your screen. It's actually it's probably the third one, isn't it, depending on your definition of orange. There's a fourth one, and then we get the mountain itself. If you start seeing splits here, now look, the men's B, they're 5% gradient. They are in a line which suggests it's being stretched by David Brecu with Hambrick. I'm trying to think of Hambrick's name now because I do know it. It is, oh, it comes to me in a minute. It's a great name. It's an all-American name. I can't remember what it is now, but he rode yesterday as well, very well as it happened, because he had that kit on, and I remember commenting that he sat in the pack very cleverly and launched himself up it very sweetly to get a half decent place. Marianne Hambrick, as I told you, it's an all-American name, and the only other Marianne I ever remember is John Wayne's real name, wasn't it? Marianne Morrison, same surname as me. So Marianne Hambrick, yeah, he rode a phenomenal race yesterday, very clever and astute. He sat in the pack and then waited his moment and clawed up. Didn't get a podium place, but he finished well up. And it wasn't for that bright kit, he would have probably gone under the radar in the commentary. It's one of those smart rides that we often see from Ned Bowen from Chicago on RGT. Ned not here today. Not sure if it's not Ned's sort of race or what. Mene and Cassidy has decided enough's enough, and he's going to chase up Kevin Bouchard-Howell. You've got a bit of a distance to do that, but you're nearly 200 metres in front of Charlie Revel and Mike Lister. Eagle Copse there in fifth place. I'm going to have to sort of choose my words very, very carefully. There is a bit of controversy around Eagle Copse. He has been done for a lot of doping, and I'm not sure what the official line is on his position in these races. It's not for me to say, it's not my call. But Eagle Copse, as I say, he served quite a lot of doping bans, and apparently, according to reports that I've read, when he was under a 4-year doping ban, still went out there and raced. So there's a bit of controversy about Eagle Copse, and I don't know whether or not his results will count towards anything. Of course, there is the comment that counterbalances that says if he's done nothing wrong recently and he's done nothing wrong in this series, just because of past transgressions, you can't make judgments against him. But I just flagged that up in the commentary. Slovenian Eagle Copse, as I say, as far as I'm aware, been caught doping. He's had a UCI ban, a proper UCI ban. We're not talking about a bit of e-racing here. This is real road racing. He's been banned by the UCI and I believe the Slovenian cycling authorities, and then went out and raced and ignored the bans during those periods. So Eagle Copse may or may not be allowed by the people who adjudicate on the Echelon Racing Series to be a valid racer. Kevin Bouchard-Hill is on a 7.1% gradient. He's on this hill. You may or may not have tuned in. I've been here for a few hours commentating on the ladies' race, so there's things that I've said that I could assume that you've heard before, but if you only just tuned in for the men's race, maybe you're watching Daniel Cassidy here, if you've only just tuned in for the men's race, you won't have heard me say it all, which means I've got carte blanche to repeat myself to death on all the things I said earlier in the ladies' race. If you have watched the ladies' race with me, I do apologise, but I think it's not unreasonable to make some of the comments that I made in the earlier race about the men's races and the paracycling and the hand cycling for our newly tuned in viewers. So we've got this 7.1%. I think the first half of this hill mountain is slightly easier than the second half. I think it is where we are going to see things decided on each lap. There's 3 laps in this race. What you're seeing at the bottom in that profile, the orange, red, green, blue splurge, is the profile, so you can see where it goes up the hill. It's hard red, which means it's steep, which probably means 7%-ish upwards, and on the other side where it goes blue, that's a descent. And we're looking at 1.1 kilometres. Jackie Godby, who's the star of the weekend, I think, and she is about to go through the Flamme Rouge, and she's on -4%. This probably feels good. I bet she's not smiling now. I bet she's totally focused. I bet if we look at the Zoom room, her face will just be absolute focus. She is a true competitor. She's strong. She's emphatic. She's focused. She is certainly, I think, the star rider of the weekend, based on the performance yesterday and today. Yesterday, if you only just tuned in, she rode the whole race, 40 kilometres on the front, and Megan Easler sat on her wheel for the whole 39.99 kilometres and just raced around her with a sprint in the last 200 metres. Very, very cruel on Jackie, but that happens in bike racing. We know that. She knows that. She's come out today, ridden 83 kilometres over mountains 3 times. She's done that mountain. She's emphatically won the ladies' race. She is the thick end of 10 kilometres in front of the second place rider, Kimberly Miller, and a little bit more in front of the third place, Kate Ouellette. This is great riding. As she looks at the The finishing line, just 30 meters to go, and there she crosses it. And I think, come on, there's got to be a wave there, Jackie. Come on, there's a wave button on your RGT app. Kimberly Miller in second place, 9.8 kilometers to go, so it's going to be a little while before she hits the flag. Well done, Jackie. Jackie will go to the top of the ladies' rankings. She will overtake Anna Renkanen from Finland and takes top spot in the ladies. So we have both sets of men now grappling with the big mountain. Let's see gradients. The B men of 5% and the A men of 6%. The A men? It sounds like the end of a prayer, doesn't it? The A race, should we call it? We're going to say Amen all the time, otherwise I'll sound like a preacher. And my kids will tell you that I can sound like a preacher, but not different sort, of course. So will this split the peloton? I think there is some fracturing in the B race. The paracycling, so Brooks has stopped. I think he stopped yesterday, actually. Just takes a little break. I might be being a bit unfair, but somebody did yesterday and I've got a feeling it might be him. I think, yeah, you just stop, get your breath back and carry on up again. Maybe it's a mechanical, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. Put it this way, he knows why he's made that decision and we're not going to find out, are we? So Koeman, Jackie Jones on his... I think Jackie Jones has sat behind him most of the race, isn't he? Bryant there, tackling 3.3%, reasonably slowly, but then again I have no idea what... Well, I can imagine what hand cycling feels like on a gradient like this. I'm lucky I don't have to do it. Comparatively, with the hand cycling, we're seeing quite an emphatic speed of 20 miles kph from Jackie Jones, but slightly being distanced in the process from Koeman, the rider from the Netherlands. And I think Koeman is probably where I would put my money if I were a gambling man on this race, based on what I've seen so far in the series. Jackie usually in our Zoom room, so you can usually have a look at... Oh, Jackie's made it up, isn't it? Look, he's caught him now. In fact, if anything, Jackie may decide to sit on his wheel, but the way he was coming up to Koeman there, it looked like he might overtake him. But I think he's decided to sit on the wheel. Very shrewd move. Paracycling, we can see there's a split now between the two. And we're not actually at the mountain yet. In fact, neither in the hand cycling or the paracycling are we at the mountain. Don't forget, they are only riding half the distance, so it's not quite the same race. Right, men's B, Marion Hembrick and Tant from the Netherlands. Two Dutch riders up there at the front. I'm not sure if you're allowed to say Dutch anymore, so we had this horrible thing, which I thought has been wrong for a long, long time, where in Britain we refer to the Netherlands as Holland, which is quite wrong because Holland is only one part of... it's not that at all, but it's only one part of the Netherlands, and I've always thought it's wrong. And the Dutch government has decided that officially they don't want to be called Holland, they want to be called the Netherlands, which I think is great, and I tend to agree with. I wonder how long it'll take British people to stop saying Holland and start calling it the Netherlands. However, should we be calling it Dutch? Should it be Netherlandish or something? I don't know. Certainly in French it's Néerlandais, isn't it? So you know, the French describe people from the Netherlands as Néerlandais. So I think the English should incorporate that as well. But I don't know what the official view from the Netherlands government is. So maybe I need to check that one out so that I don't offend anybody by saying Dutch when I mean Néerlandais. Maybe I'll just say Néerlandais for now because I know they can get away with that. 8.6%. It's Marion Hambrick, the man who was very sly, sitting there undetected in the bunch yesterday, who is now pulling away in first position. And I think we're starting to see gaps, aren't we? Because you look at 7th, it's 73 meters now. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much. I mean, David Brecu, the Frenchman, Esther Schmidt, the Belgian, at 27 meters. I wouldn't read too much into that. You can make that up on the descent. You're starting to look back at borders on nearly 100 meters. That starts to look like a gap, and that's a bit more difficult to make up. Metcalf on 100 meters now. Schmidt 39. I think that's still. I think anybody down to 7th or 6th, sorry, to Schmidt, who can make this up on the descent is still in with a shout. I think 7th onward, Metcalf, Borders, Billing. These Borders, Billing. These are riders who rode yesterday. They may not have the legs for this. Let's see, but certainly we've got Dutchman, Slovenian. Is that Slovenia? I'm not sure. I think Kile is probably a Slovenian. I'm not sure though. I think the Slovenian badge is blue, and that looks like it might be. I can't tell. There's several flags that are very, very similar to the Slovenian flag, and the radio difference is the little badge crest that's on that flag in the blue band, and I'm afraid I can't get close enough. I'm going to assume it's Slovenian, but if I'm wrong, I do apologise, and I'm sure that can be corrected somewhere else. But anyway, Marion Hambrick, who I hardly mentioned in the commentary apart from the fact that I thought his kit was rather cool. He's now getting more mentions than he got yesterday, because he's actually starring up the hill. Now we are at the top, and this is the point where do we see Schmidt now at 60 kilometres, so maybe he's just outside of it. David Brecu at 40 metres, not kilometres. Do these guys make it up on the descent, or has Marion Hambrick got the chance to actually take this away? This is interesting. Now Marion now on the descent at 2.4, you can see the body just dipping into an aerodynamic position. You don't need to do that at home, of course. And immediately somebody goes past him. It's Kile, the I think Slovenian. He's gonna get caught by the next two as well. It's whether or not, I think De Schmidt's out of this now. So the Belgian Schmidt is probably out of this at 100 metres. Not necessarily. David Brecu, you can see him just behind. Has he got the ability to bridge this on the descent? It rather depends how hard they push on the front end. Now let's have a look at the watts per kilograms being pushed out here. David Brecu is pushing out 3.5. He wants to get back in that group. You can tell that. Still 3.8 watts per kilogram coming from David Brecu. Now he hasn't got the benefit of the draft. Marion Hambrick is pushing out quite a lot at 2.5. De Schmidt is not making up ground despite that, and his watts per kilogram have dropped to 2.4. He's probably reached the point where he realises that that is not going to happen on this descent. That's disappointing. I'd have liked to have seen him make that one up, but the guys on the front, although pushing out less watts per kilogram, isn't quite the same as pushing out less watts, because it rather depends on what your what your weight is, and also 4 of them don't have to work quite as hard because they've got the draft effect of being in a group of 5. In fact, Kile, the as I say Slovenian, but I'm not convinced that's Slovenian flag. I can't tell the detail of the crest inside there well enough to be 100% sure. Kile is just having a fight to stay on this group, but it's probably worth the effort, because once you get in and get that draft, you can take the pressure off So long as somebody doesn't do a nasty attack off the front. Geschmet's back to 64 meters though. He's still in this. This would be he's putting he's ramped it up. I think he was taking a little breather. He's putting in 4.2 watts per kilogram. He's overdoing it because you can see the watts per kilogram are red. This is in the left hand side, all the data there. If you look next to his name, there's a red digit. That's because he is pushing in too much effort, and he's caught them all up, and he's immediately dropped the effort. He no longer needs to. We're back to group of 6. Absolutely. Now let's see who's in. Sander Koeman from the Paracycles, Jackie Jones. These are our 2 leaders. David Blodgett from the A race. David Blodgett is doing well. He's in 2nd place in the series. He's the one with the beard in the top right hand corner. From the Paracycling, we've got Paul Kilgore, and it's Jackie Jones, as I said. John Cooper up there in the top left, and it's Michael Brooks as well from the Paracycling, making up as in. Actually, the Paracyclists and the hand cyclists very good at doing the Zoom room. I don't know if there's a reason behind this. I'd be very interested to know if anybody wants to let us know. I'd be very interested to know whether this is just something that is become a bit of a protocol amongst them, or there's a good logical reason why they do this. As we look at Kevin Bouchard-Howe, who is now nearly a kilometre ahead of everybody else in this race. He rode yesterday as well. Quite a phenomenal performance, Kevin. And Kevin's not actually in the top 7 of the rankings for the race at the moment. So whether or not this will drag him up into it, I don't know. So it's something we should probably keep an eye on. I'm just looking at the just going to try and have a look at the rankings further down while I can. But as I say, it may be that this a good result here today can bring Kevin back up into the top rankings of this race. So we'll have to have a look. He's certainly not in the top 7 at the moment, so he will be at least 150 behind the leaders in the race. So we'll see what we can find out on that. What news have we got? Right. Okay, I've been asked to read some of the information on an Excel sheet that I had a great deal of difficulty trying to read, actually, because of the way it was set up. So this, I am sorry for the and ahhing. I've been asked to read out some stuff that isn't actually that readable from the way it's arrived in the file, and I'm just correcting that. So what have we got here that we can divulge by way of information from the file that I mentioned? I'll come back to that in a minute, I think, because the information is not absolutely right. Right, visit Durango. Oh, actually, this is quite interesting. I'll take all this back. This is taking place in Durango, Colorado, and as I say, there is a bit of history with this race. That it was called the Iron Horse because it was, as legend has it, all about a race between a cyclist and somebody in a train, and the cyclist won. I'm not 100% sure why, but Durango, say, is in Colorado, and I do have this thing that I do want to visit Colorado. I've said it for years, I never got round to it. Always settled for the Alps because I can drive there with my car loaded up with a bike a lot easier than I can flying from Europe to Denver or wherever you get off the plane. So what have we got to tell you about Durango? The Iron Horse and cycle training. It's quite a comprehensive cycle training program riding this course, and the Iron Horse is of course an event that happens, and I think it's in May the 26th in 2022. It takes place if you want to enter the event. So you can actually go down there and do all this for yourself in May 2022. May the 26th is the official date of the big race, where we get all the classics, and there's plenty going on right through from the 1st of April. There's a training program that they run in the area. I suspect that those of us from outside the area are going to have trouble being there from the beginning of April to the end of May, but if you are a person of leisure with a suitable income, then maybe you can do that. So what can you do there? There's plenty of there's a visitor centre in Durango that you can visit, and that will tell you about all the cycling routes that you can do in the area. It's open from Monday to Friday, 10 AM to 5 PM, or by appointment, I suspect, if you want to go on the weekend. Durango itself, which I have to admit I don't know a lot about, but it's located in the Four Corners region of southwestern Colorado. Durango is a perfect home base for adventure. It's got historical legacy there, and it's based in the San Juan Mountains, and you can do this on the Durango and Silverton narrow gauge railroad, and you can see the best bits of the San Juan Mountains. It's an outdoor sort of place to go. It's a bit of a haven for outdoor adventurers. You can do mountain biking there, hiking, trails, ski resorts. Well, that's what Colorado's famous for, isn't it? And the Anmas River, which features gold medal fishing and whitewater rafting. That sounds good. For those looking for, as I say, it's an adventure centre, so why wouldn't you? And you've got historic sites including the Mesa Verde National Park and Chimney Rock, which all sound stunning to me. And of course, Durango has some award-winning restaurants. If you've got tourists going there, you need that sort of thing, don't you? So you can have world-class steaks to casual food, truck fare. I like the sound of truck fare. Is that what lorry drivers eat? They've got a thing in France called the what was it? The Routier Nationale or something like that. Truck drivers know where to eat, don't they? Because they pick out these places. If you've got truck driver menu there, it sounds good to me. And haute cuisine as well, by the sounds of it. Diverse landscape, Western heritage. Well, of course it would do that. Colorado, Denver, that just oozes Western history, doesn't it? Yeah, to me, as I say, I wanted to go to Colorado for a long time, and this little broadcast here is selling Durango to me big time. We shall come back and talk about that a little bit more later. Back to the racing. See the paracycling in the bottom left-hand corner, and we see quite a laboured ride there from. I'm not sure who it is. It's the leader, isn't it? So it's on 8.2%. So it's very easy to sit here, isn't it? Sitting on my armchair with and having a look at poor old Paul Gilgare working his way up. 8.2% on an RGT course, and it's not easy. And this is a long hill as well. I mean, I don't even like 8.2% on a short one. This is a long one, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh, it's quite laboured, isn't it?" I'm not having a go, Paul. I think you're doing splendidly, mate. 7.6 kilometres per hour. I'd probably be about that myself. So, read into this what I mean, not what it sounds like. Okay. Anyway, you're doing a great job because you're well in front of Michael Brooks now, aren't you? You've got 64 metres ahead of Michael, which is probably here's Michael. Now he's doing 8.8, so he might be catching you actually. Oh, So you need to put a bit of effort in, Paul, because Michael might be catching you. He's not going to let you go that easily, is he? So the two Americans in that RGT kit there, duking it out on the difficult climb. Now remember, if you only and it's down to 50 meters, oh, Michael's clawing it back. Maybe Paul just went a bit too early on that climb, and was probably trying to eke out a gap. But you know, the steady rider, you see this on climbs, don't you? We were out on our club ride this morning for West London Cycling, and there's a guy who you just assume he's just one of these sort of riders, and you think he struggles on hills, and he turned around and said, no, I don't struggle on hills, I just got my own pace, and I will get them. I will never struggle on the hill. I will do it at a pace where I feel comfortable. And I was wondering, as we all shot up and left this guy behind this morning, whether if we all went to one of these big mountains like we're riding now, where it's a really long climb, and a lot of the guys who sort of, you know, absolutely rocket up the hills this morning, whilst, as I say, Keith just sits at the back and he does it at his own pace. He's never exerted. He's doing it at his own comfortable pace. Paul's pulled out to 72 metres now, so Paul has responded to this clawback. We're on 9%. Actually, the 72 might be because Paul was on the 2.3% bit, which Michael has just got to, and immediately he pulls that down from 72 to 52 and reducing. So that, I think, we're going to see Michael give it a good go to not let Paul get away, and I suspect he's going to do that. So Sander Koeman is our leader in the hand cycling. He's 700 metres ahead of Jackie Jones, and we have Bryant in third place, 2 points. So here we have Bryant, who's a good 2 kilometres behind Jackie Jones, but that's not what it's all about. It's all about being part of this, picking up your points. And we have the women's result. It's as predicted. Jacqueline Godby, Jackie, the dominant rider over the weekend. Kimberly Miller from Deutschland pulling it 16 minutes behind. That's how emphatic Jackie was. And even so, there's probably, you know, nearly 4 minutes between Kimberly and Kate Ouellette. But Kate is going to clock up some points, and she's going to find herself elevated, absolutely elevated in the women's race there. She will elevate up into the top 6 or 7 is my guess, as we see somebody just pulling up. Sander Koeman not pulling up though, he's on minus 4%. Why would you? He's enjoying a descent, and I think everybody's moving on our screens now. What's happening in the men's A race? How's that panning out? Let's have a look as we see Daniel Cassidy off in second place, trying to chase down Kevin Bouchard, still at 1.25 kilometres. That's quite a lot. Be interesting to see what happens next. Remember, Igo Kopsi, I'm going to ignore. That is definitely a Slovenian flag, by the way. And that's why I think the other one that I was looking at earlier is not a Slovenian flag. It's slightly different, and I can't remember which country it is. So sorry about that. I'm pretty sure it's Eastern European, though. It's probably like the Czech Republic or something like that, I think. Maybe I have to look at that. Daniel Cassidy, can he claw back Kevin Bouchard? How? He's got 200 metres on David Blodgett. David Blodgett, remember, is in second place in the series at the moment, and Zach Harner, I don't think, is riding in this. So David Blodgett, if he gets anything like anything more than 60 points will take him ahead of David Blodgett, but he's only 33 points in front of Mike Lister, and Mike Lister is racing in this. You can't see him in the top batch there, but he was certainly with those riders, and I suspect that most of those riders, if we go into the into that batch, I think we'll probably find that Mike Lister ought to be there, unless something has gone horribly wrong for him. No, Mike Lister is there. No, he's, hang on. Mike Lister is quite a way back. So Mike has got dropped, I think, on the hill for some reason. He's in 15th place. So, yeah, 1.2. That's quite a big gap. He's with the American Navin there. Something's happened to Mike. He's got dropped out of the front group, which means he's not going to score as many points in that as people in that front group. Mike is currently in 3rd place in the series, though. He's on 421. Now, Mike Swart, who is in the group ahead, in 13th place, is on 398 points. So there's only about 22 points between Mike Lister and Mike Swart. Mike Swart can probably gap Mike Lister by 22 points. So therefore he would overtake Mike Lister. Is Alex Plaisir racing today? Because he's in 4th place. These 3 riders, Charlie Revels, not far. He's only 27 points behind Mike Swart. So there's a lot to be played out here. This would be quite interesting to see where they go. But with Zach, if Zach Harner is not racing, then we've got an opportunity to see this really get shaken up. Well, you can ponder that. We're going to take a short ad break while you ponder that. I might actually try and have a look at my Eastern European flags during the break and see if we can't identify what that other flag was. But join us again after the break. This is shaping up to be a very interesting race in the men's A. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be an absolute cracker, even if the race splits up, because the permutations in the series are immense. This is a big shake-up. This is a big day in Echelon racing. Stay tuned. Watch the ads. Might be some good products you want to buy. Stay tuned. Hopefully you got all the commentary there. I was talking away, but I think the button might have been muted, so apologies if you missed anything there. We're having a look at men A, and just seeing that David Cassidy is whopping 1.3 kilometres behind Kevin Bouchard-Howe. Sophocles is up there in 4th place. Sophocles 360 points in the series, 150 behind Zach Harmer, who we think is not racing today. So let's have a look at this. Aris Sophocles, a lot of US flags there, isn't there? The Stars and Stripes flying high. Aris Sophocles doing 280 watts. I think it depends whether you go on and off the front of this little group, but this group has thinned itself down. As I was saying before the break, this is going to be a tremendous shake-up in the series. This is quite exciting. Zach Harner is almost certainly going to lose top spot. I think to David Blodgett, who's in that group. We can see him there. Aris Sophocles is in the top 7 as well. Alex Plager, I don't think is racing. Mike Schwart is up there in this group, I believe, as well. So that... no, Mike Schwart. Yes, Mike Schwart is in that group. Mike Lister, I think the biggest loser here, because he's in the group behind, so he's going to lose places to all these rivals. But remember, of course, Mike Lister has the advantage that he's ahead of all those rivals by a healthy 20 points. So, for example, if Mike Lister can get to the front of the group he's in, and Mike Schwartz, say, finishes at the back of the group here, then actually the distance is irrelevant, because the points gap won't be too much for Mike. So quite the group is sticking together. I think this group is going to sort of work hard. Oh, Mike's on his own. Oh dear. I'll say that sympathetically. I think Mike's no, Mike will be happy at, because he's pulling away from Navin, isn't it? They were together. Got Rob Miller there. There's a little bunch behind. I think Chris Navin has been dropped by Mike Lister. We can see riders just behind. That's Miller and Goldbeck coming up from the USA and Canada. I think Chris Navin will let himself get into that group, and then what may happen is that the I think if they're a little group, they might have the advantage and catch Mike Lister. But Mike might actually like that as well, because with 50 kilometres to go, being in a group is probably advantageous to all of them. Obviously, Rob Miller leading the charge. Depends whether Mike really wants to get in a good group, a big group or not, I guess. Let's see, Asta now in 21st place, out on his own, 35 metres ahead of Girotti, the Frenchman. So not a lot. And again, the question comes: do you want to be caught or do you want to be solo? And it's Girotti and Harris, the Canadian, in the chase there. I think they're going to work together. I've got a feeling that Astas is Len Harris from Canada in 23rd place. They're on a 1% gradient there in the early part of the course. They still got that mountain to go over. Remember, it's 3 times over the mountain during this race, as we look across the board and take in where they're all at. So the men's B, we've got clutch of riders. That 7 that we did wonder whether it would all come back together earlier on the climb, is holding together. It's a group. Marion Hembrick there, Orders, Schmidt. Oh, they're dropping somebody there. I don't think this will last though. I don't think. Oh, Keeley. That was the other flag I was going to look up, wasn't it? Maybe I won't have to if it gets dropped. But as I say, there's several flags that look like that, and as I say, you have to sort of look at the badge to see which one it is. And I say, I don't think that's Slovenia. I think that is one of the other Eastern European countries. We shall have to work that out before the end of the race, won't we? So we looking at this little group, 9th, 10th. This is the men's B's race. They are now 1.87 kilometres off the front 8, so they're not going to win. But nevertheless, they're going to work together to get themselves around the course. Now this, here we are. So Orders now is the rider in first position in the men's B's group. I think this will sort of change. I mean, I think they'll rotate. I don't think we're going to see one rider on the front forever. Some people are willing to do this though, so you never know. Remember, the tactics are a bit different in this, aren't they? Because you get sort of things where the in pro races, teams are actually working for one rider, but here everybody's an individual. So how you run a race is not around some sort of tactic other than in your head, and of course you don't really know what the other riders are thinking or how they feel or what have you. So there's a whole load of variables here that it's Slovakia, that flag, isn't it? I think. I'm just trying to refresh my memory as to which one it is, but I've got a feeling it's Slovakia. But anyway, yes, it is. So looking at the 4 screens now, men's A is still being dominated by Kevin Howell-Blanchard. Let's have a look at the paracycling, see who that is, grinding their way up a 3.4%. It is Paul Gigor who's in first place. Now 3 kilometres ahead of Michael Brooks, and he's got 9.2 kilometres to go. Remember, this was a much shorter race for the paracyclists and hand cyclists, as opposed to the men's A and the men's B. So we will see these guys finish first. They're only effectively doing one lap, I suppose, aren't they? 27 kilometres, and I think that would be more than enough for me if I was doing that, certainly hand cycling. So Mike Brooks there in second place, and obviously he's going to claw up a lot of points, and both of them are. I would guess, and you have to ask these guys, but I would guess that these guys race each other all the time and know each other, so there's probably a great camaraderie amongst these racers. And I think, as I was saying in commentary yesterday, I have actually organised a hand cycling race myself in the past, and I did note that the what was going on was that the riders all knew each other. They turned up at the same circuits and everything else like that, and it was a bit of a community as much as they were racing against each other. And I think they kind of knew their natural pecking order. You knew who the strong rider was, but you still enjoyed racing against them and seeing them and being part of it all. We'd definitely like some more of these guys, and you can see them all there. Now and then you see Jackie Jones pumping away in the Zoom room, and Sander Koeman, who's in the lead. I mean, look, both this is absolute sort of like rhythmic approach. I mean, you can see it better in Sander's picture because of the way the camera's situated, but there's just this absolute sort of cadence that's going on, isn't there? It's you know, there's no respite from it. It's just churn, 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 and biceps to be proud of course. Paul Kilgore still looking like he's reading a book. I suspect what's happening is Paul Kilgore has got his computer screen on his left hand side, and all it looks to me like is that he's sitting there reading a book or something. But I'm obviously wrong. And again, I made a comment yesterday that I'm quite interested in looking around the scenery that everybody's doing it all in, because I definitely do it sort of out in the backyard garage or shed, and so quite a few people do it in their houses, don't they? Paul Kilgore, 2.7 ahead of Michael Brooks now, with 5 kilometres to go. Let's have a look at the hand cycling, and Sander Koeman is nicely, comfortably 3.4 metres ahead of Jackie Jones, and Bryant is another 10 kilometres behind that. Bryant struggling a little bit on the climbs. I'm not surprised. They are steep, and 6%. I think I probably find that a challenge using my legs, let alone my arms. So you just keep going, mate. That'll be fine. So Sander Koeman firing away, still some more. So going back to Durango, we were looking at that a little bit earlier on, and the sort of things you can do in the area. So there's a place called Purgatory Resort, apparently. I'm not quite sure why they call it Purgatory, but fascinated to know why. So apparently it's just north of Durango, and it's just it's about a quarter of a mile further north than the finishing line of this, apparently. Anyway, in Purgatory, you can have a peaceful pedal through the Animas River Valley before ascending the heart of the majestic San Juan Mountains, which we mentioned earlier. 25 miles of pavement and more than 3,000 feet of vertical climb. Sounds painful, but I suspect we all like a mountain climb, really, don't we? I've done loads. I get halfway up the mountain wondering why I'm doing it. I get to the top and think it was worth every pedal stroke. So there's a village plaza there, costumes, and it's all sorts going on. So Purgatory Resort, you want to Google that before you forget all about it. And I think Durango sounds brilliant. I'm going there. I'm definitely going there. So we're back in the pain cave. Let's say David Blodgett. He's looking a little bit more grimace at the moment, isn't he? But he's probably going to be our series leader at the end of this. So recognise the face, because you could well see him on the podium by the end of this series. Let's have a look at the men's A. See if anybody is getting close to Bouchard Howe. They're not, are they? Just look at that. That's emphatic. Daniel Cassidy, Igor Kops, who we're going to ignore because we've got a feeling that there might be some sort of view on his participation. I don't know. I you know, this is speculation. I've just flagged that one up. It was flagged up to me that he has had doping issues, and it may well be that all the punishment's been served and he's clean, and this is a clean race and he's legitimate. But we just flagged that one up, that there is a track record of dodginess, shall we say. So I think we can assume that with half the race done, a lead of a couple of kilometres over Daniel Cassidy, I think I think we can assume that. I think Kevin Bouchard is going to win this race. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think he's put in a fantastic...
According to Wikipedia, Kevin Darnell Hart is an American stand-up comedian and actor.
So anyway, Daniel Cassidy on the front. Igor Kopp's putting in, and let's assume that he is absolutely legitimate and fine. He's putting in a strong effort on the front of the chasing group, so he's certainly contributing to the race, and that's good. They've got a bunch of 7 riders here. Harris Sophocles, John Cooper, Mike Schwart, who is well placed in 5th in the series. Harris Sophocles 7th. This is about scoring points for these guys. And I think they'll contest the finish if they can, because they'll want to make the most of those points. They've just come down the mountain, so they're hitting the flatter stage of the race. I don't think they're going to make massive inroads into the guys ahead. We've got Cassidy and Klotz now, and Yaden Jaeger, who are way out ahead of the next group, which we're looking at now. So this is fragmenting into little groups. And I would expect that to happen. I mean, with such a big ascent and such a big descent, not everybody's going to stay together quite as easily as they normally would. Sander Koeman dominating the hand cycling, goes through the Flamme Rouge, 900 metres to go. The race is his. Jackie Jones 4 kilometres behind, so it's going to be, I suppose, a good 5-10 minutes before Jackie hits home. Sander Koeman from the Netherlands, today's winner in the hand cycling, and that will be a handy couple of 100 points in that competition, and I suspect these guys will race the whole series and see it all out. But of course, you can never ever be certain. It only takes a bit of an injury, something goes wrong, some personal reasons or even work reasons, miss a race and people will catch you. Because remember, although you might get 200 for first and 190 for second, the fact that you've beaten Jackie Jones by 4 kilometres, it's only 10 points difference in the series. If you miss a whole race, Jackie's going to get 190 points. So you need to race every race if you're going to do this. And it's why I think that certainly Jackie Jones and Bryant need to keep racing every race, because if Sander doesn't turn up for one of them, then the race series could be yours. And this is a prestigious race series. Echelon Racing League is one of the top e-racing things you could ever do. So we salute everybody who takes part in it, because this is a prestigious and a good and a quality race series. And the fact that they go beyond what most promoters do and put in hand cycling and paracycling, an open women's race and both men's A and B, I think speaks volumes about how good it is. Paul Kilgore now in the paracycling. As we see Sander Koeman complete the race and win the hand cycling. Well done, Sander. Terrific ride. Well done. Paul Kilgore now 800 metres in the paracycling. Remember, these guys are only doing 1 lap, so this is going to finish now, and we're focusing on the men's A and the men's B after this. So 600 meters to go. It is looking like it's slightly uphill, isn't it? Plus 0.1%. I don't think Paul will be too worried about that. He's going to win handsomely from Michael Brooks, 3 kilometers behind. But again, you know, the points allocated is not going to be massive. So, you know, as I say, you've only got to miss a race and you're in a bit of trouble with this. 400 meters to go as we look at the wonderful scenery that RGT have put into this. I do think this is a real road and not a magic road. Therefore, the scenery you see is what the roads actually look like in real life, albeit drawn rather than photographed. But of course, it's reasonably accurate, and I think it looks stunning. I think it's a great advert for the area. I'm sure Durango will be very proud of the fact that they've got one of the best racing circuits already. To have it added to virtual racing, and especially something as big as Echelon, must be a great result for Durango, and I think I'm going to visit one day. It looks brilliant. So Paul Kilgore takes the paracycling race, and deservedly so. Well done, Paul. So we're going to focus on the men's A's and B's now. We'll show you the final results of the other 2 races, of course. But let's concentrate on let's have a look at the B race first, shall we? So let's okay, so the Nederlander, and we've got behind it, Kile, who's the Slovakian, and Marion Hambrick. They have got away, haven't they? So there's a trio here. Marion Hambrick, very much sitting in the peloton yesterday, is certainly showing his face here, but he's got a little bit of a challenge on as we go up 5.7%. We're going up the big mountain here. This is an attack from 10. Let's have a look at his data if we can. It'll be interesting to see what he's pushing out in terms of watts, because he's creating a gap here. He's not going out a lot, but be interesting to see what his wattage is. So let's see what we've got. He's certainly putting out 4.8 watts per kilo, so he's pushing it. He's deliberately attacking it, I would say. And he's pushed it out to 56 meters now, so he's definitely gapping the other 2. Remember though, 2 working together on descent might have what it takes to catch him. He's getting into the final stages of this climb. The gap's gone out to 77 to Hambrick, and it's even more to Kilo, the Slovakian. Maybe this will stick, but remember, we're not even halfway through this race yet. This is the second climb though. If you think about it in terms of climbs rather than distance, we're actually almost 2/3 of the way through this, because there's 3 climbs. If you take the whole distance, we're not even halfway through. But of course, once you're over the climb, and depending on your outlook on cycling, you might think that once you're over the climb, the other bit is bearable, manageable. It's over 100 now that Tent has pulled out, the Netherlander, and we look at Kilo, the Slovakian, and Mike Hambrick from the USA. Mike Hambrick very slyly is just sitting on the wheel of Kilo, letting him do the work. But I think they were stronger when they were alternating. Marion's just going ahead. No, he's not going to do it. He's going to sit there on the wheel, isn't he? Let's see how this one plays out. Over to the men's B then, and Schmidt now 200 meters behind Mike Hambrick. They're all churning up this hill. I mean, the hill will always be decisive. He's looking ahead to David Bracu, another Netherlander, who's, I'm not sure if he's going to catch him or not. There's a 60-meter gap there, and David Bracu is about 150 meters off De Schmidt, the Belgian. So this group really has split up on this climb, I think. We look back. I mean, this was always a group of 7. You look at Bob Borders, and he's now looking up the road, and well, Billings way behind him. We're working back one by one, but I think you can just see gaps emerging on this second ascent of this climb between all the riders in front. This is now spread out. The interesting thing now will be, will any groups reform? My instinct is that the gaps are now getting to the point where they might not form themselves back into a big group. You might get the odd two that end up side by side, but I think this is fragmented. And if everybody holds their position, you might get something of a procession to the end, with the exception of those two up front. I mean, Kile and Hambrick, I mean, they're still together. Slovakia and the USA together. Do they want to ride? You know, are they going to ride together and then duke it out later, or are they going to be competitive? It's always hard to tell. Schmidt in fourth, and what can he do? He's 500 metres behind Hambrick, but he's 400 metres in front of David Brecu. So a bit in no man's land. Be nicer to get into a group, but what do? Do you hang back for the guy behind and risk losing places, or do you try and chase down the one in front and absolutely exhausting yourself to the point where your last lap and your last descent of the climb might be too painful? So you don't want to burn too many matches. What do you do in these situations? It's very, very difficult. It's not, because RGT is very, very good at the draft effect. The corresponding point about that is that when you're not in the draft, it actually is quite hard, as it is in, you know, because you've actually got the effect of wind resistance. I mean, it's not wind resistance per se, but, you know, in terms of pedaling, you are a situation where you're pedaling as if you were riding into air rather than sitting in a draft. So once you are solo, it's hugely different. If you've ever ridden RGT and you've been dropped off one of these things, you just see your speed drop the moment you get dropped out of it. So be interesting to see in the B race how those, whether or not groups reform or whether we're going to be in a procession. What's happening in the A race? I suspect that Kevin Bouchard-Howe is nice and comfortably ahead still. I can't see him being sailed there anytime soon. 1.8 kilometres. Igor Kops is the person behind, alongside Jared Jaeger, and as I say, interesting. Slovenia and the USA, a clutch of US flags coming after that. Only Charlie Revel interrupting that with a good old Union Jack. My country, of course. I'm not the most patriotic, so Yaden Jaeger, sorry I said Jared, didn't I? Yaden Jaeger from the UK. No, that's interesting. Sorry, it's Charlie Brevet is from the UK. Yaden Jaeger from the USA, like pretty much everybody else in this top bunch. That is a Stars and Stripes parade, isn't it? With Charlie Revel and Igor Kops just interrupting that from Slovenia and the UK, respectively. David Cassidy's on a 0.6 gradient, chucking out 39 kph, which is pretty impressive given that he's going uphill. It's not very steep uphill, but also bear in mind, please, that this is quite an attritional race in which there has been a lot of climbing. So there's a lot of climbing in your legs by the time you get to this. 51 coming up to 52 kilometres into the race. 31 left to do. There's plenty of racing to go, and remember that 31 is basically just the end of this lap and then a whole new lap over that mountain, and of course the three little ramps, or four little ramps that precede it. So there's some leggy work to be done, and he's now up to 47 kph, slight descent of 1.9%, but nevertheless, impressive speeds all the same. And we look at the next group, or we look at the fifth group back. We've got Cassidy and Jaeger ahead of those. This is the one where there's a couple of people like Sophocles and there's Brian Hodges in there, but I think Sophocles and Mike Schwartz are the ones to watch here, because they are the ones that will benefit the most from scoring good points. So it's very useful for them just to get around in this group and distance themselves from everybody behind, but there's some real value in getting a good result in the sprint and the finish. And those that fancy themselves climbing might just give it everything on the last climb and get a distance rather than bother about the sprint. Who knows? We will find out. I think it's I mean, it's not like pro racing where you can you have a list of the riders beforehand, you research what all their strengths and weaknesses are. We are semi-blind when we come into this, in the sense that you enter one of these races on RGT, and you can actually enter 5 minutes before the race, and you will be included in the race. I don't know you're going to be there. I can't do any research on who you are. Luckily, because I commentate on a few of these and run races, I do know some of the riders. When I say I know them, I've never physically met them, of course. This is e-racing after all. So I can comment on some of the riders that I've seen perform before, but not all of them. So it makes it hard to judge what might be in a cyclist's brain when they're in this position. But like I say, I think Socrates and Swart out of this group are the ones that are looking to gain the most. Mike Lister is behind them somewhere, but I'm not sure where. But he's must be quite distanced now, because we see Feldhaus, the German, is another 1.5 kilometers behind. So if Mike's not in front of him, he's at least one. There we are. Oh, Mike's 3 down. So Mike Lister looks like he might be overtaken possibly by Charlie Revel, Aris Socrates and Mike Swart in today's race, whilst David Blodgett is destined, I believe, to overtake Zach Harner, who's not racing today, at the top of the standings. So it's going to be a big change, and it's come down to and if you take somebody like Mike Lister, he might be looking at this and saying, well, it's better actually to to get some points and have a tough race. And remember, Mike rode yesterday as well, as some of the others did. So there's a lot of there's a lot of miles or kilometres in their legs, and some of the riders will just take the view that, okay, I'm tired, but finishing scores me points. Staying at home, that's the wrong word, isn't it? Because you stay at home either way. But not entering is going to score even less points. So it's probably worth the pain of getting through this. We're under 30 kilometres left to go. There's the official paracycling result. As we know, Michael Brooks finishing second there, just under 9 minutes behind Paul Kilgore, our worthy winner of the day. Those points will be put into the series, and I've got a feeling that Paul Kilgore is in the lead with that, but we can actually check. So let's see what we got for you. It's no, I can't check at the moment. Sorry, I can't. No, I'll have to come back to you with the positions in that. Because I'm not sure what the standings are, but I've got a feeling Paul Kilgore was in the lead in that. Let's have another go at getting you the results. It is no, I don't have the standings to hand. I'll just have one more go at this. No, I haven't got them to hand, so sorry about that. I'll do my best to see if we can find out a bit later on, but I've got a feeling Paul Kilgore is early. So the hand cycling, Sander Koeman, Jackie Jones, and I think we've got Michael Brooks. Sorry, we've got Bryant still to come in, haven't we? Who is 11 kilometres from the end, so I think that's going to take him a while. Bryant obviously having to take some of these hills a little bit slowly and a little bit of a breather. But I don't know. I would imagine that people who go into hand cycling and particularly if you've got it in hand cycling because you've had an accident of some sort that's changed your lifestyle, it may take some years to build up the strength and skills needed to do it. So and you don't do that by not participating. So I'd encourage everybody who does hand cycling to get involved when they can. So the leaders in the men's A race just coming to the end of lap 2, and so that'll be the final lap for them. When I say leaders, that is of course Kevin Blanchard Howell, and it should be singular, and the leader, shouldn't it? Look at that, 1.5 ahead of Eagle Copse, Yaden Jaeger riding with Eagle Copse, and then a gap of about 400 metres back to Daniel Cassidy. Charlie Ravel just at the front of that little group of riders, going back to the rest of the top 10. John Cooper, Mike Schwart, all riding in that little bunch, of course, that we've seen throughout the race. So Daniel Cassidy riding alongside the railroad track. Charlie Revel putting his nose on the front here, riding over 300 watts. I'm not sure whether Charlie's actually trying to stretch the group or just doing a turn on the front. John Cooper just easing up to get on his wheel, but then immediately dropping off. John Cooper pushes up again. Doesn't quite want to go on the front, does he, John? I think everybody's quite happy for Charlie Revel to take the strain and take the pain on the front there. If I were Charlie, I'd probably just ease up a bit and let him let somebody else do it. All right, Aris Sophocles is going to take up the running. Charlie drops back into Charlie. I think Charlie doesn't want to be too far back. And he's gone off the front again. It seems odd to want to do this when you're in a group. I mean, if we watch Marianne Emmett yesterday, he was very snugly and cleverly sitting in the pack, so that he had something left at the end, and certainly clawed up a few places as a result of that. Back to 12th position now, Feldhaus, who is in no man's land, but only 200 metres away from nearest rivals, Sean Feldhaus. So he could be could find himself catching the person in front, perhaps. Maybe not. It's 1.63 metres. Sorry, kilometres. Sorry, I misread that. In fact, no. And in fact, the snow behind him is quite a way. Mike Lister behind him. So Mike Lister way down in 14th, which is surprising me a little bit. Rob Miller further back in 16th than I would normally expect to see Rob riding, but there we are. Carter Snow. I won't. That's a great name, isn't it? It's like turning up at somebody's house with a wheelbarrow full of snow, going, I've got a Carter Snow. I shouldn't really say things like that, should I? That's probably a bit of a no-no in broadcasting. I'm sure Carter won't mind. I bet it's not the first time he's heard some boring old person come up with that little quip. Mike Lister riding happily with Rob Miller and Goldbeck from Canada, and I think, let's say Mike rode yesterday, so I think he's probably settling for you know, clocking up some points one way or another. He's riding for a new team. I was commentating yesterday, and I couldn't remember the name of his team, so I had to go and look it up afterwards. It was Tour 2000. They're based in Somerset in the UK. They're a new team, and they're involved with Calais actually. So it's Tour 2000 with Calais, riding up the UK down there in Somerset in the West Country, and that's the new kit. Mike was riding with another rider in the same kit yesterday, so I assumed they were in the same team. I think Rob Miller's got a very similar kit on as well, so just wondering if they're riding as teammates. Are those kits the same or not quite? It's hard to tell, isn't it? Jay Hanahan, another UK rider, so all my compatriots a little bit further back in the field, apart from Charlie Revel. Jonathan Hanahan riding for the UK in a rather cool grey strip. I like that actually. It's I don't know how practical that is in real life, but looks pretty cool on RGT, doesn't it? Well done, Jonathan Hanahan. Then he goes through the Flamme Rouge, but of course he's only going through the Flamme Rouge from the point of view of that one, and he's got another ascent of that mountain. Nathan Daly is the next rider up riding for the USA, and he is back in 18th position. He's again another one of these in the sort of no man's land, in the sense that he's 1.6 kilometres behind Hanahan, but 1.35 ahead of Navin. So it's always one of those things, I think, where, you know, what do? You try and catch somebody, you drop back and try and work with somebody, always risky, or if you just sit it out and churn it out, because it's hard work churning it out. There's no draft effect. You've got that stonking great big mountain in the middle of this, and 3 little nasty bumps just before it. So hey ho, hard one. It's a hard one. Chris Navin, and he's got his hands up. Do you think he might be watching this? Wave if you're watching this, Chris. Let's see what happens. I don't know if somebody just shouted at him. TV's on the screen. Give us a wave, Chris, if you're watching. Yes, he is. Oh, it's fantastic. All power to you, mate. Well done. Brilliant stuff. I like that. So he's going to get an award for today. I don't know what it is. We'll make it up at the end. You won't actually get a prize, Chris, but you deserve something for being the best party person in the race. Something like that. Is that cool? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Okay. Chris Navin, the official best party person in the whole race, riding for the USA. Well done, Chris. Another one of my compatriots, Mr. Astor, with the Union Jack, my country. He's second to last, but still gets my admiration, because I think this is a great race. As do you, Mr. Harris, from Canada. This is, I mean, you're still churning out 38 kilometres an hour in your last place. So Len Harris is the Lanterne Rouge, but nevertheless is still, in my book, an absolute hero. These are quite acceptable speeds. I mean, if you think that the last place rider is capable of riding just under 40 kph. Now, I do appreciate this is a 1.4 negative gradient, but nevertheless, you know, you've got to be pretty good to be in this wherever you finish. And remember too that a lot of riders have avoided this race because it's a big long one with a stonking great big mountain. So, you know, if you were brave enough to enter, I think just finishing is absolutely fantastic. Well done to every single rider in this. Men's A, Men's B, paracycling, hand cycling, and the ladies, of course. I think this series is going to start getting really interesting from now, because you're beginning to see the leagues shake up. You're beginning to see who's got points and who hasn't. And the people who don't turn up at races, and as I say, Zach Harner in the Men's A, I'm not sure why he's not here today. He was racing yesterday. He is going to lose ground today. Whereas if you take somebody like Mike Lister, who rode yesterday, probably feeling the effects, he's going to lose places, but he will still score points to mitigate the damage. And that's the strategy that riders have got to look forward to as we go into January. There is a list of, there is a calendar of all the races in January that we can look at. And it'll be interesting to see how those play out. So we're not going to have these sort of double header weekends, I don't believe, in January. There will be single weekend races, but so people are less likely to ride one out of two races. And here we are. So let's have a look at the calendar. We've got the Tour of Gila on the 2nd of January. So no hangovers, right? Okay, if you go out New Year's Eve, drink sensibly. So that by the 2nd of January, your head and legs are in the right place. The Tulsa Tough. I think the second word in there might give you clues to what that feels like. The Tulsa Tough. I reckon that might be a bit hilly. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Tulsa's. The only thing I know is the Gene Pitney record, so I don't really know a lot about Tulsa. I'll have to go and do my research. Intelligentsia Cup. Now, of course, that applies to all of us because we're all intelligent people on this, aren't we? Absolutely, to a man and woman. That's on January the 16th. So I lied. We have got a double header weekend in the middle of January. Then we've got the Joe Martin stage race, bringing it all together on the 29th of January. So we have 4 more races. We've done 5, haven't we? So no, we've done 4. Sorry. I think the community combine on 13th of November wasn't included in the series, I believe. So we're halfway through the series. How do you play this one out? Well, certainly I think everybody should ride the 2nd of January because they haven't got to choose between one day and the next. The January the 15th, 16th weekend looks like an absolute corker because that will shake everything up. I think everybody who's in it needs to ride both days and it might not suit all of them. That will be an absolute corker. And then it will leave us with that final weekend at the Joe Martin stage race on the 29th of Jan with a very exciting finale with whatever's left out of the Carnage weekend. Then we're going to call it that now. The Tulsa Tough and the Intelligentsia Cup weekend is the Carnage weekend. The pros have to do this as well. This is the calendar for the pro races. Pretty much the same lineups. They're all doing the same courses. I would imagine the pros do it a little bit faster. They don't let me commentate on that, and I should imagine it's slightly more serious commentary than some of the flippant comments that I might chuck at you. But we're here to talk you through a very long race today, so you'll let me indulge in a few comments here and there. And don't forget, look out for those January races too, because hopefully the hand cycle avatars will be part of the RGT setup, and I think that will be a great addition to what is already a great series here on Echelon League Racing. You can look up all the results after the race, and bear in mind that I'm not going to be able to work out the standings in a split second after the race, and they do have to be adjudicated and checked for eligible riders. And so therefore what you need to do is to look at the series standings. You go on to www.echelonracingleague.com, or I think maybe a little bit later you can probably go on rgtdb.com and you'll get all the standings. I urge you to do that because I think this is going to be a huge shake-up in the men's aids today, and I think it's I think we'll all be poised with their mouse or whatever, clicking on the results as soon as we possibly can to see where it all stands. This is, as I say, I think January is going to be absolutely fantastic. Can't wait. So we've only got we're under in the men's aids, we're under, or certainly at the front of the race anyway, we're under 20k to go, so we're probably looking at 20-25 minutes to the end of the men's A race as Kevin Bouchard-Howe continues to, he's only actually he's being caught by Igor Kops and Jaden Yeager from the USA, and to be honest they're only 300 metres in front of Daniel Cassidy. Brian Hodges further kilometre behind Daniel Cassidy, along with Smith, Welford, Mike Swart in there, John Cooper, Aris Sophocles and Charlie Revell. Charlie Revell may be 10 metres off the back of Mike Swart at the moment. That would be quite a blow to his chances. He's in the top 7 at the moment, and that gap's extending. Mike Swart is, yes, Chris, yeah, I think Charlie Revell is falling off the back of the group. So you see Swart and you see Revell there, and Revell is now 200 metres behind Swart. Now that is a big blow to his chances. He's in the top 7. He is only 11 points ahead of Sophocles. Now the interesting thing is, I don't think Sophocles can get 10 points on him because there's not 10 people in that group. So I think Charlie will probably just hold his place, but Aris Sophocles will make up ground on him. Mike Schwartz will pull away, although of course Charlie Rever will make up ground on Alex Plaisir and probably overtake him, I would guess, because Alex is not riding today. Zach Harmer, the biggest loser, I think, today by not riding. He's going to lose top spot almost for certain. So Chris Snow has caught Mike Lister. I think Mike's struggling from a bit too much racing here. Rob Miller pulling away 50 metres from Goldbeck. I must admit, it's all well and good sort of sitting there watching this on your screen. When you watch somebody disappearing away ahead of you, as you can see, it's gone up to 60 metres gap now. So if you're in Goldbeck's position and you're sort of sitting there watching this guy go up the road, and you're absolutely hurting because you're on a 4% gradient here, as he is, it is soul destroying because you think it's not far, but I don't think I can make that up. Particularly on a gradient, and this is why people attack on gradients, of course. But I just can imagine what his world feels like at the moment. He is, of course, ahead by just under a kilometre of Jonathan Hanahan. Whether or not Hanahan's going to make up any ground, if Goldbeck is struggling, whether Hanahan can make up any ground remains to be seen. Hanahan himself comfortably ahead of Daly, and we're going to the back now. Chris Navin. Chris Navin is entertainer of the day, of course. He's the star of the show. He wins the personality prize. As Chris Navin. Chris Navin, personality. Here he is. I'm sure he'll give us away. You won the personality prize for this race, Chris. Absolute star. Look at that. See, he knows what he's doing. These are the sort of guys. I don't know if you've ever been to one of these things where they have the sprinters races on the track, but they get absolute showmen, just like you, Chris. That's what you should be doing, mate. You should be on. You should be on. You should be one of those guys they pay to go in the old sprint races at the track racing to keep the crowd entertained. Absolutely top notch, mate. And so just behind him, we've got Astor, and yeah, I mean, he's a decent speed. I mean, for somebody who's just ridden 55 kilometres and been over a mountain twice, I think I'd be quite pleased with that. Len Harris taking up the rear, but every bit of star as every rider in here. Even though Chris Navin gets an extra star because he's personality, he wins the personality prize. So Kyler is clear away in the B race, not by a huge amount, but I think it's telling. We are on the final lap. I think there's a sort of possibility he's just looking at that Slovenian and saying, I don't think these two guys have quite got it. And if you look at the racing yesterday, Hambrick was very much, Marion Hambrick there, he's very much sitting in the pack to make the most of the draft. And he's found himself exposed today. Now, I don't know Marion, so I don't know what his riding style is. I don't know whether he likes hills, he relishes them. I have no idea. but he rode a very smart race yesterday, and he finds himself in a very different position because this is requiring sticking your nose into the wind quite a lot. Schmidt sitting on his wheel, although I think he's going to take a little bit of a turn on the front, or maybe it's an attack. I think Marianne's probably smart enough to stay on his wheel, judging by what I saw yesterday. Already Schmidt is pulling away. Maybe Marianne's suffering a little bit here. Let's hope not. Right, Marianne, yeah, chase him down if you can. It's so easy to say it, isn't it? I mean, it's not actually doing it. I wonder if Schmidt is actually hunting down Killer. There's the Slovenian. That's interesting. So there's 54 between Killer and Schmidt. Marianne not getting distance too much, but it is just edging out a little bit, I think. Borders David Brecu in the next group there, neck and neck, of course. And then we get a huge gap back to billing Panarisi, who I've not mentioned so far, Metcalf and Flokel, making up the 9. We've got only 9 riders left in the men's B, so we've clearly had some dropouts in there, I think. At least one anyway. So Panarisi, everybody gets their 5 minutes of fame, at least I mentioned you. I mean, I felt very guilty. There was somebody in the race yesterday, I didn't even notice them until near the end of the race, and Metcalf as well. So I've got one more from the Netherlands, Brogel. It's the last rider. But again, I think more power to you. There's nothing wrong with finishing 9th in a race of this calibre, and it is not an easy race by any stretch of the imagination. You're not quite on the last lap, I'm afraid, so it's a little way to go, but nevertheless. So certainly on the last lap is Kile, the Slovakian, who is now the leader of the men's race by a clear 84. I don't think Schmidt is making up ground. If anything, it's going out. So I think this is a positive attack from Kile. Just see how he copes with the mountain. I mean, with this many miles and that much climbing in your legs, the mountain could still catch you out. Yeah, you know, people. We all know, we've all watched Grand Tours when they go up the mountain, and we watched a rider crack just when they were looking strong. There's a certain amount of poker-faced bluff in a pro race that the avatars don't give away in quite the same way in e-racing. But we've seen the Zoom room, haven't we? we've seen how, yeah. I mean, look at Jackie Godby in the ladies' race earlier. Whoa, dear, what a poker face! What a queen she is! Absolute star. Schmidt now is actually closing out on Killer. So the moment they hit the slope, Schmidt is just reeling him in. That's gone down from 80 to 30 in no time at all. But Marianne Hambrick is still distant. So to Schmidt, looks like he might just have it on Killer on the climbs. Now, that's one thing saying that on this short climb we're on now, and we've got a couple of those to go before we get to the big climb. But who's got the legs on the big climb? Because I think De Schmidt, see, it's going out again. Kile's responded to that. He's pushed it out to 60 again. It looked to me that once they were on that climb, see, it gets flat. Right, Kile hits the flat first, so he's going to pull out a few meters before De Schmidt gets onto the flat. So we see what happens next. But Kile's pulling out that distance on the flat. This is going to be quite fascinating, isn't it? Because clearly Kile can do it on the flat. But the moment they start going upwards, De Schmidt start making up the ground. It's interesting, Slovenia has got quite big mountainous hills. Belgium hasn't. But there's a common mistake made by a lot of British people when they turn around and tell you that Belgium is flat. It's actually not. The south of Belgium is very, very hilly in the Ardennes. And of course, if you've ever been to Flanders, you know there's a little strip of hills where they've got all those nasty climbs like the Koppenberg and the Quermont, the Moor de Geroldsbergen, and plenty of others. And if you've ever cycled those, you know that they're very, very hard. Now, they're not very long, but they are very, very hard. And Belgium is a country obsessed with cycling, as De Schmidt brings it back down to 41 kilometres, but guess what? They're going up a slope. Every time they go up a slope, Schmidt makes up ground. If he can hold this at that sort of distance, then on the big mountain, my bet is that Schmidt overtakes Kile, but Kile then has the advantage on the descent and the flat home. So the objective for De Schmidt is quite clearly, see, it's flattened out again, and automatically that gap goes up to 60. So De Schmidt, we can deduce from this, is a climber, and Kile is a flat sprinter. I say sprinter, not in the conventional terms of people who win sprint races, but he has got speed. He's a speedster on the flat. Poor old Marion Hambrick is not going to emulate yesterday. He's now 300 metres adrift of De Schmidt. But I'll tell you what, Marion, I think your haul over the 2 races is phenomenal, and I think you rode a very smart race yesterday. So well done to you, sir. And I think if you do hang on to 3rd here, that will be very respectable, and I think you are going to be one of the vedettes of the series. Keep racing, and I like the jersey too, of course, which is the main thing. Not really. I mean, not really. It's not the main thing. Not really. I don't like your jersey. Anyway, let's stop digging a hole for myself and have a look at how David Brecu from the Netherlands is getting on, along with Bob Borders. I think the pair are sort of working as a little bit of a team. I don't know if that's conscious or just inevitable. Billing now in that resplendent jersey. US rider is, well, it's Pomasi is too. Most of these riders now are in positions where I don't suppose they've got huge ambitions of changing the position they finish, and the main objective is to just not crack and make sure you don't get caught. As we look at Kilo now, 76 metres ahead of De Schmidt, but look at the gradient, it's flat. So I think the hill is going to be quite cracking. Let's have a look at the men's Bs and see what. Sorry, let's have a look at the men's A's, and see what's going on there. I'm sure Kevin Bouchard-Howell is now it's 2 kilometres ahead. I mean, it's sort of held a little bit there, hasn't it? Igor Kopsy and Yaden Jaeger working to get in unison together. There's a little gap back to Daniel Cassidy. He's only 60 metres behind those two. It's going to be harder to catch them in the sense they can work off each other. Sorry, 600 metres, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it's maths, who needs it? Yeah, maybe 600 metres is a bit much to ask for Daniel Cassidy, sorry. But he's a comfortable 1.2 kilometres ahead of anybody behind him, with Mike Short and I think it's Tom Smith working in unison alongside John Cooper, Aris Sophocles, Brian Hodges and Welford all in that little group, and Charlie Revell has firmly dropped off that little group, now 700 metres behind Mark Short. So Charlie Revell, as we thought, was the one who was going to fade and not get back on. Well, we didn't think that before he faded. It was a bit of a shock when he did, but we saw quite early on in the with the gap that it was expanding quickly, and you had that bad feeling for poor old Charlie. But like I say, he and there's 6 people ahead of him. Mike Schwartz can only finish 6 places ahead of him, and there's only, there's only what, 27 points. So Mike Schwartz can only get 33 points ahead of Charlie Revell in the league. So you know, the losses won't be great. I mean, Charlie will be disappointed, but the losses will not be great because Mike Schwartz can't finish more than 6 places ahead of him. So 6 points possibly lost to the rival, who's 1 place ahead at the moment. Both of them will overtake Alex Plaisir, though. I don't think they can overtake Mike Lister, even though Mike's having a rough day back there in 14th place. because even in 14th place, you're not that far behind. So if you look at the gaps here, Mike Lister is way behind Charlie Revel, 4 kilometres. But in terms of places, only 3 places. So he's only, only going to lose a few points. So this is shaping up to be quite a cracking series. And remember, January the 2nd, have it in your diary. The first thing you do after New Year's, so you spend New Year's Day recovering from New Year's Eve, okay? You get over that, and the next day you go out for a little spin on your bike, just to see what it feels like. Maybe a little spin on RGT as well, just to get yourself in the mood. And then you make sure you're watching Echelon Racing League on January the 2nd, because it's going to start unfolding the series. The weekend on 15th and 16th is going to be an explosion, and of course the 29th of January, the grand finale. What a series, eh? Brought to you by ZMS, the broadcasters here for Echelon Racing Promotions, and we've had some great races across America, some great city crits, some climbs. I think this is the epic one. Oh look, it's Chris Navin, personality of the personality prize winner. Yeah, he's the man. He's the man. He should get free entry to everything. Oh, it is free, isn't it? So Asta from the UK is next on our list, and then Harris from Canada. Only 5.6 kilometres for Kevin Bouchard. How he's going to win, unless somebody pulls the plug out of his PC or whatever he races on. He should win this. There's no major uphills. He's got a comfortable lead of 1.85. It's been raining a little bit by Kops and Yaden Jaeger, but they're not going to make up 1.83 kilometres over the next 5 kilometres. I mean, they're basically on 7 kilometres. Kevin's on 5. They're not going to make up 2 kilometres over 5. Here's the other two. Yaden Jaeger sitting on Eagle Cops' wheel. As I say, we have to wait and see whether Eagle Cops is permitted to ride. I mean, there are question marks, I am told, over his legitimacy, but it's nothing to do with me, and it is a decision for the organisers of the race. And like I say, all the things I've heard, which do raise questions, but to be honest, they're things in the past and not related to e-racing. So I've got a feeling that there is no reason why he shouldn't be excluded and what have you, but there are, as I say, ongoing lingering doubts about his legitimacy based on past events, which as I say, if you've ever been to a court hearing, past records shouldn't really be talked about too much when judging somebody on a specific set of events. So we'll leave that one open. But anyway, he has ridden particularly well to get that second place, and he is closing the gap, although it's a little bit too late. This bunch is going to be the interesting one. As I say, Aris Socrates and Mike Schwartz are the two to watch. It's where they finish affects the series, although I've got a feeling this might be quite an interesting sprint anyway. 8k to go. They're clearly going to stick together, because there's nothing, unless somebody really puts their foot down on the front and the hangers on get dropped off. But then it's always the question, it's like, what does that prove? Because if somebody was hanging on and you dropped them, they probably weren't going to sprint anyway. On the other hand, if they were a good sprinter and you dropped them, then you have had an advantage. Depends how well you know your other riders, doesn't it? I mean, I know from RGT racing, there's quite a few riders I'm familiar with and quite a few I'm not. And the ones that I'm familiar with, I kind of know how they race a little bit. Not intimately, but a little bit. And the ones I don't. And I would guess that something like Echelon, which is attracting a global reach, especially Wilford just having to work to stay on that group. It looks like they're putting a bit of pressure on, and he might be struggling to stay on the group. It's critical right now. The speed is around 46 kph. It looks like he's just about going to do it, but yes, I think he's made it. Yes, he's done it. You need to do that. You really don't want to get dropped. But I've got a feeling now we're going to see speed ramp up. It's dropped down to 40. There was a little explosion there of about 46 and Welford just struggled. And now we're seeing somebody else going off the back, working hard to make sure they get back on. So it's now what often you see at this stage of a race is that somebody goes off the front and ramps it up a little bit, and you start working out who's still got legs and who hasn't, because you will drop a couple of these people. I think that will happen. I doubt, I'm just trying to say, I doubt it will happen yet. I think maybe around 3 kilometres you might see something like that. So there's a little way to go for that group. They're on about 6.5, I would guess. So about 3 kilometres time, I think you'll see that group start playing games. Now, these two will probably play cat and mouse a little bit. I don't know who's the strongest out of these two. I think Eagle Cops looks the strongest to me. I am guessing. I'm not. You know, real racing. You can look at riders' legs, their body language, their faces, their reactions to attacks and things like that. I've just got a feeling Eagle Cops may be the one with the legs there. That said, Jaeger might be playing a canny game of not pushing too hard on the front and saving it all for an explosive sprint. Who knows? So he didn't quite go on the front, or did he not go on the front, or did Eagle Cops decide that he wasn't going to let him go on the front, which would seem an odd decision to me. We'll have to see how this one plays out. Interesting tussle. 4k to go. So the last couple of k for Kevin Bouchard-Howe. Daniel Cassidy is probably comfortably in fourth now. He's quite a way ahead of the little group of 6 who we think is going to be the. It's going to be 2 interesting sprints here. Eagle Cops and Jaeger, Yaden Jaeger, and the group of 6 where there's going to be 2 things at play there. It's Mike Schwartz and Aris Socrates vis-a-vis the general classification, and all 6 of them, because we enjoy a good sprint, wouldn't we? And who thought you'd get a good sprint in a hilly race like this? I didn't. So I'm delighted if we get a little sprint. And remember, Kevin Bouchard punching out 40k. He's still hammering it, even though it's going to be a comfortable win. He's going to pass the Flamme Rouge in a moment, and we shall watch him ease home. Don't know if you're listening, Kevin, but raise your arms on the finishing line if you are. I can't say that I would probably be listening if I was, even if I had this commentary on, I'd probably be breathing so heavily I'd be drowning it out. So, phenomenal race from Kevin Bouchard. Hal, the clear and undisputed winner today in phenomenal form. Let's just enjoy watching him finish the last 800 metres. Down to the last 400 metres then. Just rolling it home. 300 metres. 300 metres always seems a long time to me when I'm doing one of these. But I'm sure Kevin feels quite comfortable. Safe in the knowledge that everybody behind him is at least 2 kilometres or more behind. And there it is. There's the finishing line. Here's the winner of the men's A race, Kevin Bouchard-Howe, who is going to go piling up the rankings. Waves his arms in the air. Well done, Kevin. Absolutely phenomenal ride. And you rode yesterday as well, so I think that's chapeau to you, sir. Extraordinary, brilliant. Now let's see how these two fare. 2 kilometres to go, so I think there's plenty of cat and mousing to happen yet. Igor Cops just pushing a little bit on the front there. Oh, that is interesting. I said you might get something like this in the last 3 kilometres. And Yaden Yeager has gone for it after 1.7. Now that could be too early. It depends how Eagle Cops is going to react to that, because he'll look at that in one of two ways. It's Yaden Yeager. He's pushing out 500 watts now. This is a lot to sustain for 1.5 kilometres, and the game is, do you actually get Cops to the position where he thinks, well, I can't win this, and gives up, in which case you can slide home yourself, glide home yourself, because the person behind you is no longer chasing. Or is Yaden Yeager going to have to keep this up, because Eagle Cops hasn't given up? I've seen plenty of people go later than this and still get caught. 200 metres is a lot, but if Yaden Yeager has just burst himself, he's doing 62 kph. This is extremely fast. Yeah, all right, it's minus 4%. The gap's gone out to 255. I don't think Eagle Cops is bothering to chase, so I think that's that. 56. I mean, again, he's got the descent, but he's doing 56. Whereas Yaden was doing 60. I think Yaden, 45 now on a +1 gradient, which is pretty good going, by the way, particularly with that amount of mileage and climbing in your legs. The gap is 214. It's coming down a little bit. Don't forget, Eagle has got to hit this very small and slight gradient himself. He's not going to make up 200 metres in 600 metres, is my guess. I've seen quite remarkable finishes. Daniel Cassidy comfortably in 4th place. A terrific ride, well done, Daniel. We salute you. Cracking bit of. He's 250 metres ahead with 160 to go. You can see the finishing line. He's taken a glorious 2nd position. Well done, Yaden. Well done, Igor, as well, for riding a quite competitive race. And I think Yaden ought to really thank you, because I think you dragged him, and you certainly set the challenge to chase down Kevin Bouchard-Howlett, even though that never quite materialised in itself. So cracking ride, Igor. Well done to you, sir, for lighting up the race too. Great to see. Daniel Cassidy, 400 metres from the finish. Brian Hodges leading the little group of 6. Now, the little group of 6, they've got 1.5 kilometres to go. This is going to be a very interesting 1.5 kilometres. We'll just see Daniel go over the line, and we'll probably hit the group of 6 inside the last kilometre at some point. Well done, Daniel. Terrific ride, a very worthy 4th place, particularly riding on your own as well. Very commendable. We salute you, sir. Well done. So the little group of 6 behind us. Now this is going to be interesting. Brian Hodges has got 10 metres on the other, so he's gone. Oh, it's really strung out, hasn't it? It's not going to be the bunch sprint we thought. And none of the series contenders are in the first 3 of that group. So Wilford is front. John Cooper. No, sorry, Wilford's not, is he? 8th is Mike Schwart. Aris Sophocles and Mike Schwart. The 2 who really need the points are duking it out now. This is cracking stuff, isn't it? Yes, they might get overtaken, but it doesn't matter, because it's versus each other, isn't it? Who we got at the front now? They are clustering together a little bit. Mike Schwart, John Cooper and Sophocles go into the final kilometre. Mike Schwart sitting on the wheels now. Is he biding his time for a big thrust and sprint finish? We're looking at 5th, 6th and 7th here. Brian Hodges, and who's gone for it? There's Wilford, isn't it? But no, he's not. Hodges has gone. And Smith has absolutely rocketed away from the other 2 for the United States. That was explosive. 500 metres, that's a long way to sustain it though. 52 miles an hour, kilometres an hour. And he's maybe slowing up. He's got 400 metres to go. It was too soon. Wilford is going to catch him. I'm pretty sure he is. And Brian Hodges isn't out of this yet. Brian Hodges is probably going to catch Smith. I think Smith went too early. Probably didn't fancy the sprint and just tried to gap the others. Wilford is the man who's going to do it. He's got 200 metres to go. He's only got Smith to challenge him. Smith is fading a little bit, and Brian Hodges is not quite going to catch Smith, I think. Wilford takes 5th in a phenomenal finish. Well raced. That was that was a classy bit of racing. Goes, oh, look at that. Hodges just nicks it off Smith on the line with that surge, and that is such a good thing to do. Mike Swart beats Aris Sophocles. Mike Swart was already ahead of Sophocles by 38 points in the series. Charlie Ravel is not far behind. So basically, he's only lost to Swart, and he's only lost a couple of places to Swart and Sophocles. Now, that's telling, because Mike Swart is Charlie Revel is a long way behind them in terms of distance in this race, and has been well beaten, and I don't mean that rudely in any shape, sense, manner or form. But he was in, if he's heading the next group, or solo as he is, he's actually going to do quite well. So Charlie Revel has actually got a very respectable result, only 3 places behind Mike Swart and 2 places behind Sophocles. So do have a look at www.echelonracing.com a little bit later on to see how this plays out in the table. So we're waiting for, I'll tell you who we're waiting for, is, I'm assuming he's still in the race, is David Blodgett, because he's the man who stands to gain most, I think, and take the lead in the series, but I'm not sure where Blodgett is. I don't remember seeing him for a little while, so maybe something has gone wrong and he's dropped out. Interesting. So I think I think maybe we could even see Mike Lister possibly at the top of the listings here. Rob Miller is next coming out. I can't see Blodgett on there, so I think Mike Lister could be top of the league by the end of this race in some very crude calculations. This is going to be so interesting. I haven't got a spreadsheet in front of me to work this all out in real time, and as I say, it does have to be adjudicated. The powers that be at Echelon Racing, the commissaire equivalents, and once all that's done, the results will be properly processed and published. So I shouldn't really be speculating too much, but then again, on the other hand, that's what I'm here for, isn't it? So I will. So Mike Lister in 14th could do himself a big favour. Oh, here we are. And it's the personality prize winner and man of the moment, Chris Nevin. Star of the show. Everybody go away remembering Chris Nevin and go, who won the race? Oh, I don't know. You should see this Chris Nevin bloke. He's brilliant. So here we go. Mente. Coming up the 13th, aren't we? Feldhaus is the next rider coming in. I think Feldhaus, I think he has ridden before, but I don't think he's high in the standings. So we've got Carter Snow behind him, and then Mike Lister, Rob Miller, and the field. So this is, I'd say this is going to be cracking. Let's have a look at the men's B, because I think there's a bit of recession probably in the men's A for the moment. So how far are we from the finish? Well, our leader in the men's B race, Kile from Slovakia, is 10 kilometres from the end. So we're probably something in the region of 12 minutes away from the finish. Marion Hambrick is now way off De Smet, and but he's probably, a kilometre ahead of Borders. So I think Marion Hambrick is going to get a very, very good third, and having ridden yesterday and ridden very well yesterday, this is a most commendable result for him. De Smet, you have to give him credit. The way it exploded off the front and left Marion behind was quite entertaining and skillful, and showed his strength. But of course, the star up front and 700 metres ahead of De Smet is Kile from Slovakia. I think it's 700 metres with the distance we've got left is not insurmountable. The only thing is, I'm not sure where you attack on this. I mean, it's not, depends on the style of rider you are, doesn't it? But I think Kilo should probably be able to hold 700 meters, but don't absolutely bank on it. For Borders, riding solo again, he's 12 kilometers from the end, probably enjoying the downhill after all that hard work, and everybody did. It's nice to have a downhill finish, isn't it? When I go out on my local rides, I usually sort of ride out in something that sort of gently rises for 30 miles and then come home again. It's not, you don't descend for 30 miles on the way home. It is undulating, so it goes up and down, but each time you go up it's higher than you go down. So the journey home, although again it goes up and down, each hill gets lower and lower, so effectively the journey home is far nicer than the journey out, and that's quite nice because you're feeling tired by then. And I'm sure that's the same for these riders here. This the hill coming in the probably about 2/5 of the way through the massive mountain, 2/5 of the way around the lap, leaving you mostly a nice descent, a couple of tinges of orange ascent on the profile on the way back, but barring that, this is quite a nice way to finish a race, isn't it? And you can kid yourself you feel fresh at the end if you're coming downhill, because it feels like it, doesn't it? So Billy now is struggling up the 5.8% rise with 16k to go. Never easy on the last lap, is it? So it's fair play. That's the sort of speed I might be doing that. So fair play. I'll take my hat off to these guys. I mean, to ride an e-race over this sort of distance, I think is more than admirable. I do think it's something to be. I mean, as I say, you free wheel far more in outdoor racing than you. So Carter Snow is the next home in 13th place, and of course what we've got to make sure we don't miss is Chris Navin in 18th place, because that'll be a major celebration, won't it? That'll look like a pro crossing the line on a mounted top finish in the Tour de France. So make sure we catch Chris Navin in 18th place going across the line. It's a must. Don't move away from your screens. This is going to be the highlight of the show. Mike Lister from down there in Somerset and Tour 2000 Callis racing team in 14th. I think Mike is going to find he gets a very big result here, even though he will be disappointed with the race, I'm guessing. He was in that front group, got dropped by quite a distance, but the placings I think are going to work in his favour. We shall have to see, but we might have a British leader in the series. Ooh, so that'll boost the nation, won't it? Actually, most people watching this are probably in the US, so it probably won't boost your nation if one of us Brits is at the front. But I'm sure there's plenty to race for, and there's plenty of talented US riders across all these races. So I think Mike will have his work cut out to win the series, to be honest. So Carter Snow in 13th. We're looking at time gaps here. He's 12 minutes behind the winner, Kevin Bouchard-Hill, who had 2 minutes 40 ahead of Yaden Jaeger, who actually eked out 25 seconds over Igor Kops from Slovenia. Daniel Cassidy rode so well for solo for so long at 3:39 back, almost 2 minutes ahead of Jan Welford, Brian Hodges and Tim Smith. Mike Schwartz, who needed the points, pipped Aris Sophocles, who also needed the points. John Cooper coming in next at 5 minutes 44 behind Kevin Bouchard-Hill, and Mike Lister. Yes, well done, Mike. Tour 2000. You meant to point at your sponsor's name, mate. Charlie Revel, who needed the points but got dropped, but didn't suffer too much damage with the very respectful 11th, respectable 11th. Sorry, Sean Feldhaus from Germany next. Carter Snow is the very worthy 13th place, 12 minutes behind Kevin Bouchard-Hill, probably 12 minutes in front of anything I would have done. So chapeau to you, Carter. Rob Miller is the man we're focusing on there in 15th place. He's just behind Mike Lister, who just finished. And who have we got coming up? So we've got, I think we've got 5 kilometres to Chris Nevin, so we might take a little look at the B race at some point. We're definitely not missing Chris Nevin on the finishing line though. That's a must, I think. Should be a video of all his hand waves and things like that. So Rob Miller sailing home. He's got just 800 meters to go, and 1.5 kilometers behind is Hanahan from the UK. So it might be worth a quick flick over to the B racers to see how they're getting on. It's only 500 meters in Killer and Deschmet. I don't think that's going to get made up. Meters, it's 10%. Very crude mathematics. Deschmet would have to ride 10% faster than Kilo to make up that gap. I don't think that's going to happen. I just don't think that's going to happen. Marion Hambrick is in a little bit of danger, getting caught by Bob Borders here. He's only 200 meters ahead. Now, he had a healthier gap than that. Maybe Marion's suffering a little bit. I mean, he raced yesterday, and maybe it's just all catching up a little bit. So Bob Borders may have his head down, as we see here. Oh my goodness, it's only 170 meters. Marion, you need to push it a bit, boy. Go on, go on, man. Go on, man. It's boy, you need to push it. Oh, it's coming down. Quick, Marion, stop pushing those pedals, man. Come on. He says easily from the comfort of his armchair. Bob Borders is going for it, isn't he? He's got it down to 135. 7.8 kilometres to go. Poor old Marion. He's ridden a brilliant race for the second day running, and he's going to get it nicked off him by it's Brad Borders. I think Bob Borders. No, sorry, Brad. My goodness, this is phenomenal. You can actually see Marion in front of him now, can't you? Brad is going to catch him. It's under 100 meters. What's Brad going to do? Is he going to catch up with Marion, sit on his wheel and get a bit of respite, or just sail past him demoralisingly? Go on, Marion. I'll tell you what, Marion, speed up a bit as he comes by and sit on his wheel. Just you were brilliant at sitting in the pack yesterday. This might be your ticket home, mate. Go on, Marion. He'll never notice you in that loud jersey. So, Brad is just 40 metres behind. I get the impression that Marion might be feeling the full effects of riding hard yesterday and today on the two longest courses we've had in this series so far. Make no mistake, this is this is tough. Alright, so just overtaking one of the camera. Oh, he's just sailed past him, isn't it? Oh, go on, Marion, get on his wheel, man. Come on. Go on, Brad, be considerate. Let him get on. I think, well done, Marion. This is brilliant. Just another few meters. Just get a rhythm. You don't have to hurry to get back on the wheel. You can glide up. That's it. That's it. Now, don't overshoot. Don't overshoot. That's it. That is exemplary riding. That is how you do it. That is fantastic. Oh no, Brad's pushed on. Oh, that is a killer when somebody does that to you. You just catch them after all that effort, and you just mentally relax, and they push it again. Oh, bad luck. I've had that done to me. It hurts, doesn't it? Mainly in the legs, but it hurts. Brad, that was quite a classy way to do that. You let the person catch and then just sail off at the moment they relax, because they suddenly mentally haven't got that energy. They've just spent a lot of energy. Mentally, they're about to sit on your wheel and have a nice little ease off, and they just don't have what it takes to match the acceleration. Classic riding. That must have been absolutely galling for Marion Hambrick. Now he's now got the problem that with 7 kilometres to go, it's only 800 metres back to David Breku, and I do wonder if Marion's suffering a little bit, because that is about to become 700, and 799 is almost 800, I'll grant you, but it's coming down rapidly. I think Marion's in a bit of trouble. I think he's burnt both ends of the candle here, isn't he? He's raced hard over 2 grueling races. All right, it was a crit yesterday, but that mountain in the middle of this one 3 times hurts. I've got a feeling Marin's going to slide back. I think he's probably... I don't think Billing's not going to catch him. So I think Marion Hambrick may well find himself sliding from 3rd to 5th, which is sad, but it's bike racing. It's why we watch it, it's why we do it, and it is entertaining, isn't it? And so's Chris Navin, by the way. He's quite entertaining. I don't know if you know Chris Navin, but he's a cyclist who rides on RGT races, and he's one of the most animated, responsive riders that a commentator could ever wish for. Top chap. So Kilo's out the front of the men's B race, 500 metres from De Smet. It's not changing, and with 2.5 kilometres to go, I think we can safely assume Kilo's going to be the winner of the B race. That's the A race looking. We're on daily. Chris Navin's still got 4.7 kilometres to go as we have a look down the list. Rob Miller came in next, since we've been watching. Jonathan Hanahan from the UK too. Rob was 3 minutes off Mike Lister, and he was which is going to be absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to see the A list. I really can't. This is going to be so much fun. Daily 1.4 kilometres to go. Probably can't wait for that to complete, because there must be some heavy legs out there in Durango, Colorado. When I say they're out in Durango, I mean virtually out in Durango, Colorado. And there's a sight for sore eyes, the old Flamme Rouge. He's just getting out of his saddle, feeling a bit more comfortable, with the comforting thought that he has only got less than a kilometre to go to wrap this one up and bag the points. And he does a little wave. Well done, fantastic riding. As I say, I salute every single rider in this. Community racing, you can't beat it, can you? I mean, it's fantastic. Really, I love it. And well done to ZMS for putting on great production. Well done for Echelon Racing League for putting on this whole damn show, man. It's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. We love it. And I think the riders do too. And Chris Navin will come last. He'll win the Lantern Rouge. His Palmares will be the best in this race. You do realise this. Chris Navin will win the Lantern Rouge and the Personality Prize. Top there. I mean, who wants to win the race when you can win those two? Well, maybe. Okay, maybe. 300 metres to go, and I hope there's a big arm wave when you cross the line. It's a try. I think it's a triumph to do 3 laps of this thing. Look at that mountain in the middle, big blob of red, a long one as well. It's frightening. That's the word, frightening. So the men's B, Kilo is into the last kilometre, and will romp home to take the men's B prize. And look at that, Daly giving us a bit of a wait. He goes through. Kilo is now still that 500 metres gap back to Dismert, and has actually David Brack, who hasn't caught Marion Hambrick. Interestingly, there's probably 90 odd metres there. I wonder if Marion might just hang on. Schmert takes the Flamme Rouge, and barring Tecanicals will get second place after Kilo, who's 500 metres ahead. In fact, actually the gap's gone down to 390, and I think that's possibly for Kilo's probably eased off a little bit. I mean, he's only doing 32 kph, safe in the knowledge that nobody's going to catch him. This is on a nothing gradient of 0.1 with 300 metres to go. So I think the gap will come down, but that's Kilo easing off rather than Schmert devastating the distance. And don't forget, you don't get any prizes for distance here. It's all based on your placings, which means you can finish a mile behind somebody else, but if there's only one place, it's only one place's points. So there it is. Ooh, there it is. So we've got Brad Borders. He's going to take third place. Very impressively, he hunted down Marion Hambrick, and there we are. Well done, sir. Yaden, sorry, not Yaden, is it? Akile, the Slovakian, the winner. De Schmert from Belgium, one of my favourite countries. I'm going there, visiting Belgium twice next year, and I've just been there in the last month. I had the privilege of watching the wonderful 6 Days of Ghent track event, and if you've never been, do it. You'll know about it. Do it. De Schmert from Belgium then taking a very honourable second place for what I consider to be the world's #1 cycling nation. Brad Borders set to become the third member of the podium club in this particular race. 2 kilometres to go though. How are we getting on in the men's A race? I think we've got Chris Navin left on the field. So Chris, you don't have to put that much effort in because you're the only one left out on the field. So barring mechanicals, you are going to finish. Now, being the entertaining rider, you now have to tell us lots of jokes and stories, sing us a song, and keep us entertained for the final 3.3 kilometres you've got to do. Do you think you can manage all of that while you're cycling? Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, 3 point. We will come back to watch Chris celebrate. There he is. Every time. Easter man, I'm telling you. Right, okay, so let's have a look at the men's B race and we'll come back and watch Chris a little bit later. We'll tire him out if we make him wave his hands in the air all through the race, won't we, actually? Brad Borders coming in for third position, 1.4 kilometres to go in the men's B race, and what a race this has been. Kile well off the front and doing superbly. De Schmert having a good fist of hunting him down, but Kile was able to hold on, just easing up at the end. Brad Borders hunted down Marion Hambrick, who rode a superb race but just began to fade at the end, and I think has started to put a bit of effort back in because he's distanced David Bracu. So my prediction of Bracu catching Hambrick is not going to happen. Well done, Marion. Bad luck, David. Stefan de Schmert, Giro Killer. Sounds like a rapper. It's Stefan de Schmert. So Giro Killer from Slovakia, and it's probably Killer. Like Kile, isn't it? Probably. Euro Kile, Stefan de Schmert. This one got a difference of 38 seconds between the two. So well done, Stefan de Schmert, with the hunt down there. Brad Borders closing in, 400 metres to go. He's going to get a very respectable result and time too. Still pumping out 37, and you contrast that to Kile, Euro Kile, who eased off and just did 32 in these final couple of hundred metres. Brad Borders still pumping out 37 kph like a true racer, and he doesn't need to because he's got over a kilometre back to Marion Hambrick, who I think is now capable of holding off the threat from David Bracu. Not sure whether that's Marion responding to the potential of losing that place, or David Bracu fading after doing a bit of a hunt. Here's Marion in that resplendent jersey of his, just going through the Flamme Rouge. He has got 800 metres on David Bracu and 800 metres to the finish. So there is no way that David Bracu is going to ride twice as fast as our man Marion here. So our man Marion is going to be fourth. And that's two pretty good placings in 2 days, I would say. I reckon it's that shirt that does it. You can't beat a loud shirt, can you? Anyway, that's the results so far. Brad Borders coming in 3 minutes 50 behind Euro Kile. Last few hundred metres for Marion here, Hambrick, and I bet he'll be pleased to see that finishing line. It's going to come into view any moment now. Just 290 metres to go. So men's A. And there it is. It's the Flamme Rouge for Chris Navin. Only a K to go, Chris. As we watch only 60 odd metres to go for Marion Hambrick, who takes a brilliant fourth. Well done for holding off David Bracku at the end there, Marion. Great riding. Over 2 days as well. Let it not go unnoticed. That was 2 days racing. As are some of the other riders up there, actually. You aren't the only one. So, we're into the last 500 metres. Chris Navin, and similarly over on the right in the B race, Chris Navin just giving us another wave in the air. This has to be your biggest wave yet when you cross the line, you know that, Chris. It has to be the best one, like you've never waved before. I don't know how long you can hold your finger on the button that does it, or whether it just sort of kind of just makes it happen once. Maybe if you just sort of keep pressing it repeatedly, you get a multiple wave. 200 metres to go. I can't keep my eyes off. I've got 2 screens on here because we're watching Chris on the left and watching the B race on the right, and they're both about the same distance from the end. So it's we're going to have to sit on 2 screens, aren't we? I have to say, with no disrespect to the B race, what I'm waiting for is Chris's celebration. That is the one. Do it again. Come on, do it again. Or maybe it doesn't work when you're finished. Fantastic, fantastic. So Andrew Billing is the next rider. Unfortunately, we didn't concentrate on poor old David Bracku's finish there because Chris Navin stole the show because he's the entertainer of the peloton here on Echelon Racing League. So Billing is the next rider to finish. 3.2 kilometres to go and 2 riders left. Chris Navin now on your screen. Does the wave your hands thing still work when you're stationary, Chris? Can you press it and see if you can give us a wave? He's probably puffing and panting and not even listening to me anymore. So that commentator, he keeps making you wave your arms. That's the final result for the men's A team. Kevin Bouchard-Howe, undisputed winner. Yaden Yeager finally distancing Iger Copps, who led the hunt down to try and hunt down Kevin Bouchard-Howe, but he didn't quite come off. Daniel Cassidy, superb solo ride, finishing 4th in front of a little group of 6, which included Jan Welford, Brian Hodges, Tim Smith, Mike Schwartz and Aris Sophocles, who are in the hunt for the series title, both finishing at the back of that little group, along with John Cooper. But just behind them is Charlie Revel, who's also at the start of play in the top 7. Sheen Feldhaus, German, Carter Snow, just pipping Mike Lister, who again is in the hunt at the top, might even be in the lead. We'll have to have a look at the echelonracingleague.com results a little bit later. Rob Miller after that, the Brit Jonathan Hanahan, Nathan Daly, Chris Navin, who wins the Lantern Rouge, the personality prize and hand waving of the race awards. So you got 3 trophies finishing last, Chris. Absolutely brilliant, mate. Absolutely fantastic. We go over to the B race, and thanks, Chris. Thanks for taking part. Billing now 2.2 kilometres to go. We have Panarisi behind him at 4.55 kilometres. These positions are not going to change, so I think we pretty much have the results for the men's B race, assuming that these 2 both reached finish. Where was it? I was doing a commentary the other day, I have to say, and somebody got a technical and they stopped, and they were, I don't know, something like 20 meters from the finishing line, and everybody else went past them, and they were there for ages and ages and ages. And I just thought, well, you know, they're not going to finish. So I announced all the results, and I went back and had a look about an hour later. And the guy had actually got his computer or his smart trainer working, and actually done the final 20 meters ages after everybody else and finished. So it was an extra finisher that I didn't announce. But I think in this scenario, I think we can be fairly sure that Billing and Paracy will finish in 6th and 7th place. So that is our lineup. Just the 7 finishers in the end. Jiro Kile, Stefan Schmidt, Brad Borders, Marion Hambrecht, who I think rode a fantastic race and was a little bit unlucky to tire at the end after 2 days racing. But it happens, and we'll get stronger and better, don't we, Marianne? David Avid Broku from the Netherlands is in 5th place. Did a tremendous spurt at the end, but didn't quite overhaul Marianne. And then we have Billing and Paranusi to come in 6th and 7th. So that's broadly where we're up to. I'll tell you what, I don't know if you want to run a couple of adverts and then we'll watch the final 2 come across the line just to complete the coverage, shall we? Maybe not, actually. Let's see Billing get over the line because he's about to do the Flamme Rouge. So we'll watch him, and I reckon we'll do a couple of adverts and then come back and watch Panarisi cross the line so that we can say that we did a complete coverage of all the races. And haven't they been great? Hasn't this been a great weekend on Echelon Racing League? Thoroughly enjoyed it. And, you know, every little race has got a different aspect to it, hasn't it? I mean, you look at the hand cycling, the paracycling. I mean, these guys are just absolute stars. There might not be many of them. It all grow, and it needs people to put the word out about how good this is, and that Echelon will put it on for people like that. We'll get more riders in that in the end, and that will turn into top racing. And don't forget, in the hand cycling, RGT are working on hand cycling avatars, so even better. Everything moving in the right direction. The women's racing has been absolutely great. I mean, you don't have that many, you don't have a large field like you do for the men's races, but boy, those girls can race. And look at Jackie Godby. I mean, what an absolute star. I take my hat off to you over the weekend, Jackie. Superb riding. And the men's A's and the men's B's, and everybody in it contributes. And isn't it great to watch somebody like Chris Navin just joining in the party by waving back and responding to the commentator. It's a community. It's RGT, it's Echelon Racing, it's ZMS Productions. I'm Dave Morrison, the commentator. Where my involvement in this is, I run races on RGT every other Wednesday on, well, I say 7:30 UK time, whatever that is for you. They're every other Wednesday. I commentate on those as well. I love RGT. I'm part of the community. I have no other vested interest. And there we are. Billing is our next finisher, and we have Panarisi, who's got 5 kilometres to go. So I suggest we maybe we take a little advertising break and come back and watch our man finish. Well, I have to say, the graphics on this have been brilliant. I think Durango looked fantastic on the graphics. When I saw the advert just then, I was like, oh my goodness, this looks even better. Did you see the little narrow gauge railway? Wasn't that fantastic? As I say, Colorado, wow. I've got to make it there one day. It's been on my bucket list for years and I've never done anything about it. This has really jogged my need to go there. And I think Durango could be high on the list of destinations based on that little trailer. Looks fantastic, doesn't it? 2.9 kilometres to go for Panarese in the orange jersey there. And well done for sticking it all out. Andrew Billing they're confirmed as 6th place, just behind David Abid-Broku. Difference of 6 minutes, and we're going to have something akin to that, I should imagine, probably a bit more before Panarese gets home. But we're going to do the decent thing and watch him every inch of the way, or his avatar anyway. I'm sure he's sitting in a pain cave somewhere, absolutely gasping and sweating, wishing that the 2.5 kilometres would go down a little bit faster than it is. I think it's quite telling that he's doing 29, 30 kph. That says to me he's not one. He doesn't need to race because he's the only one left on the course, of course. He's upped it to 34 there, although albeit on a minus percentage. Probably feeling it, I would imagine. I mean, it is, let's be honest, this is a tough course. You only have to look at the bottom of your screens. That big blob of red stuff at the bottom of the screen is a long ascent that, you know, goes up to the 8-9%. The levels at places, and it's continued. It's dark red for a reason, because that means hard. The technical word for dark red is hard, right? Steep is probably a better word. But yeah, I think to have ridden this course today in a pain cave, and bear in mind there's none of this freewheeling that you might do if you're out on the open road. You do tend to keep going. This is for top riders, and let's face it, there are many riders who've ducked out of this long, arduous 83 kilometre race today. Many have given it a bypass. They've looked at the parkour, they've seen this big mountain, they've seen the distance and thought, ouch, that's going to hurt. And you know, these are the guys who are brave enough to come and do it, and they deserve every point they get in the Echelon series. So I think chapeau, and that's why we're going to give the respect due to Panarese from the United States of America, who has 1.5 kilometres to go. That's about a mile. And it's interesting, as a cyclist, you know, I'm from Britain, where our signposts on the roads are still on miles. I am very used to driving in Europe, so I'm quite used to kilometres from that perspective. But once I started cycling, my whole brain works in kilometres now, because cycling is so kilometre based that I don't really think about things in miles anymore. It's totally kilometres. I can't see the British government changing all the signs to kilometres. I think that would cost them absolutely billions. But here's a sign that Panarese has been looking forward to. It's the Flamme Rouge. It goes under that. Flamme Rouge actually has a black banner hanging from it, but never mind, the arch was red, so we get the picture. Flamme Rouge is obviously literally translated red flame. So counting down, 750. It will seem like forever. It really will. It's 670. Don't worry, it's nearly there. It's nearly there. And look at that. It's only 0.1% gradient. You've done far worse this afternoon. So coming up to half a kilometre to go, and we get the little signs at the side of the road telling us that it's 500 metres to the finish. That's just in case you want to judge your sprint, of course, which I'm sure you're probably plotting this very moment, aren't you? 400 metres to go. And just like the advert, look how stunning it looks. Isn't it? I mean, I know this is graphics and not real, but it still looks good, doesn't it? It's a great little course. I'm going to have to ride this myself. As I was explaining earlier, I've been off the bike for a little while due to travel and illness, so I haven't done anything on RGT for weeks, and I need to get back on. Counting down, last couple of hundred meters, and then it's all over for the afternoon, and we can all pack up and go and do whatever else we need to do. Well done, Mr. Panarisi. You have made it. You are officially a finisher. In Durango, Colorado, the place to be. I'm coming cycling here. Fantastic. Thank you, Durango, for being our virtual hosts. Thank you, Echelon Racing League, for being the organisers. Thank you, ZMS and Damon Bates, for putting this fine production together, and thank you each and every rider out there for entertaining us today, and it's been an honour and a privilege to be part of this. Don't forget, there's professional racing. You can look it up at all the dates on the other weekends, but we'll be back with the community racing on January the 2nd, and don't forget to have a quick look later today at the listings, because I think there's going to be a big shake-up, particularly in the men's A, and I think the ladies league, Anna Rankin, is going to lose her place at the top of that. So there is plenty to have a look at, and I think January the 2nd is going to be so explosive that you just need to cancel everything else in your diary for that day. We will see you then. Bye.